to be accurate for purposes of reporters. The fake news media, they want...
The fake news media, they want accuracy, yes.
But we have to be accurate.
Yes.
But if you steal less than $950, they basically leave you alone.
They basically are okay with it. They're like, go ahead.
Let's see.
It's all right.
$100. Did you notice? This is not going to happen in North Carolina, I don't think, is it? No.
Donald Trump then lies and claims that before he was in office, there was no ammunition. Play the clip.
And we had it built.
There was no such thing as ammunition, yes.
The whole military, but it was decimated under this group of stupid people. You know, we had so much. When I came in, we had no ammunition. Did you know that? Remember? I used to talk about it. And I said, if it's true, which it was, why would you say that? We had people on television. Well, the United States has no ammunition. You know, some things you just keep to yourself, right? You remember I used to from North Carolina.
I'm sorry. Is he going to claim that he invented ammunition? They had guns, folks, but they had no ammunition. I was like, you got to put something in that gun if you want it to be effective. And they're like, no, you just point it at someone and go bang, bang. And I said, no.
When you don't fire people, they never write books, you know. But I fired a lot of people. I wasn't happy with their service. I wasn't happy with the job they did, and I fire them. I let them go. I mean, I'm working for you. I'm not doing this for myself.
Donald Trump then mentions airplanes. Play this.
That could happen. These are fighters. They fight with broken, old, obsolete weapons and knives. We have F-16.
The knives.
We have F-35.
What is he talking about?
And we were knocking the hell out of them. Just knocking the hell out of them.
Then Donald Trump says that...
I'm sorry, he lost me.
...can be attained only if he makes phone calls. Play the clip.
Wait, world peace or meta world peace?
Starting the moment I lift my hand from the Bible after taking the oath of office, I will move to restore America to maximum strength and return the world to peace. We're going to return the world to peace.
There's just a little lever you need to flip between peace and war, and it's flipped to war now. That's bad. That's very bad, very bad. We're going to flip it back to peace. That's what Biden, Sleepy Joe, and Comrade Kamala have not been able to figure out yet, is you flip it from the peace to war switch, you flip it to peace, and that's how it works.
I can do it with a telephone call. You know, we don't have to send troops. I can do it with a telephone call. You go to war.
I go to peace.
With another country that's friendly to us or even not friendly to us. You're not going to do business in the United States, and we're going to charge you 100% tariffs. And all of a sudden, the president...
Okay, now the funny thing about that is that, like, it does, in some way, that's a weird mirror of actual U.S. policy, right? They have this phrase when it comes to diplomacy that is the rules-based order. I think that, I don't know. I don't know if it stretches back to like George H.W. Bush. He uttered the lines "New World Order" at one point and fed into a gazillion, like started a gazillion conspiracy theories from that. They were like, oh no, New World Order. There's going to be a New World Order. What is the New World Order? It spawned like a wrestling team, didn't it? Like there was like a wrestling group of wrestlers, league of wrestling. I don't know what it was, right, chat? But there's a wrestling New World Order, and then there was a bunch of people that were paranoid and saying that black helicopters were going to come and take us all down. The New World Order was upon us. I don't know, but this is him saying. Like, the U.S. does this thing where it says we live in a rules-based order. The rules-based order is that you don't invade other countries, you don't violate human rights, you don't commit war crimes. There's some unspoken parts of this too. Like that are you don't like fuck with free trade, meaning you don't impinge on our corporations in any possible way. But yet the U.S. sort of enacts these rules, this rules-based order on other nations, and they indeed do like hold other nations up to that, or at least use it as a cudgel. The other thing that's unspoken is that for the United States and its close allies, those rules are not necessary. Those rules are very optional. Those rules can be, you can take them or you can leave them, right? We don't ever apply those rules to us. We apply them to to other countries, and again use that as a cudgel, as a pretext often for war. But this is Trump's version of it, right? We have every country at peace. No country goes to war. If anyone goes to war, there's 100% tariffs. I mean, we do something similar with like sanctions and shit. But again, it's like a mockery from somebody who doesn't even understand how any of this shit actually works.
To a prime minister or dictator or whoever the hell is running the country says to me, sir, we won't go to war. I talked this world out of a lot of war.
It's naive. It's naive as fuck. This is a fucking fairy tale world. This is a children's story world of like, that's all you have to do, folks. You say no war, only peace. If anybody goes to war, you immediately hit them with 100% tariffs and they say, Ireland, United States, you are the best. You are the greatest global hegemon. And I say, okay, good. Stop your war and we can return you. We can take the tariffs. I don't know. It's so ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous. Anybody that believes this they deserve to be hellbanned into a world where Donald Trump is immortal emperor for life. And he does indeed run the world. And they have to suffer the consequences for a con man having complete hegemony over everything. But it's not our world and we don't have to deal with it. It is a parallel world. It's like a matrix. We could put them into a matrix where Trump is forever emperor, but they also get to experience the brutality and the suffering that this guy causes. I don't know, Chad. I'm just spitballing here.
With telephone calls, I don't have to send in the troops.
Donald Trump then admits that
telephone call democracy, folks. Telephone call diplomacy. You just pick up the phone
that he couldn't really
and say no war.
Find a way to attack Vice President Kamala Harris or come up with a nickname. Let me show you this.
And if she gets in, our country doesn't have a chance. This calamity is on Comrade Kamala.
It is Jover, unprivileged. It is totally Jover.
Name will be Comrade because I think that's the most accurate name. You know, I've been looking for a name. People are saying, "Sir, don't."
She looks really good in a beret or something. I don't know. You can put some kind of.
Dude, you know all my names. They've all worked. They've all been very successful. And I really didn't find one with her. Sir, she's a woman. I said, so is Hillary Clinton. I called her Crooked Hillary. So nobody complained about that, right? Right? Mr. Governor, nobody complained about that. No, I called her Crooked Hillary. I call people names. I call Nancy Pelosi crazy because
we do a little trolling.
She's nuts.
Trump then brags about how he told NATO countries that he will not protect NATO. Play the clip.
I said, nobody's paying. You got to pay. And they did, paid hundreds of billions of dollars. They said, well, does that mean you won't support us if we don't pay? I said, that's what it means. I had to say that. I got a lot of heat for that. People, the fake news. Oh, that's a lot of fake news. Oh, that's a lot of fake news. No, the fake news gave me a hard time for that. The fake news.
I'm sorry. So now he's pointing now to the, I guess the journalists. Now, if we look at him, like I don't think they noted this, right? But we'll see this in a second, right? We're gonna watch the rest of this. I just want to introduce you to what's happening, and I especially want to see what happens when we turn the cameras around, right? Because you'll find that very interesting. What's on the other side? You don't quite see the reflection in the bulletproof glass. I mean, you can see a few people here, right? But you don't see what is in front of Donald Trump, which is a very small crowd.
What a terrible thing to say to our allies. Our allies weren't paying.
He did the whining thing.
And I said, you got to pay.
It's a protection racket. You got to pay. Of course you got to pay.
So they take advantage of us on trade, and then we also pay for their military. That somehow doesn't work. So they had to pay. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars. But I said to them, no, that means I will not protect you. I will not protect you. They said, sir, if we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? Used to be Soviet Union, now Russia. Will you protect us? I said, are you paid? No, let's assume we're not paid. Then you're delinquent, right? Well, yes, that's an old real estate term. You're delinquent, yes. No, we will not protect you. The press went crazy that I said, and you know what?
It's like some libertarian dystopia or something, right? That what he's describing, where this protection racket around the world, where you've got a military, or you've got some kind of protection, you've got a global hegemon that could keep world peace, but will not keep world peace, will not, act on your behalf. Anyway, it does smell like a juvenile form of libertarianism that he's cooking. That is what Trump is cooking.
I would have said the other way, they would have never paid. Hundreds of billions were sent into NATO.
Donald Trump then says American military generals are fake and woke. Play the clip.
And somebody that's been with me from day one, he's a real general. You know, we have the real generals, and we have
not the fake generals. Yeah, the woke ones.
Did so poorly in Afghanistan.
The blue-haired generals, with like giant ear piercings, and we don't like those generals as well as we like the real generals over here.
Should have all been fired, but this is a real general, Keith.
These are the generals that splash Old Spice onto their chest and
Kellogg. Right, Keith?
Donald Trump then seems to be upset that Ukrainian forces are going on the offense in Russia. Play the clip.
If you look at what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, if you look at now, there's an incursion into Russia. Then there'll be another incursion the other way. Then and then all of a sudden, bad things will start to happen.
Donald Trump tries to then say something about walking on the sidewalk. I can't even make out. It's a bit indecipherable. Play the clip.
And it's crime-ridden, and it's
the sidewalk.
You can't walk down the sidewalk anymore.
Watch out for those sidewalks.
It's unbelievable.
There's ants everywhere.
Donald Trump then repeats that bizarre line he's saying in his speeches. He goes, I gave you all of the jobs, 100%. But then 100% of all of the jobs, he said, are taken by illegal aliens. This is just lie after lie.
Okay.
Play this clip.
We're going to pay down debt. We're going to reduce your taxes. I gave you the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulatory cut in history. That created all of the jobs. And when Biden talks about jobs, by the way, because they lie so much.
Okay, it's so frustrating. Our media sucks ass. This tax cuts equals jobs thing. It's trickle-down economics. And it has never worked. It's not true. If you cut the rich's taxes, most of the time, they will spend it on luxury items, or they will put it into some kind of investment, into some kind of savings, right? He makes this thing of like the rich people, they're rich, but they're not quite rich enough, folks. They have a certain amount of richness that they need to be once they get there. If they get a little bit richer after that, that's when the jobs start coming. That's when the honey starts flowing. And if you want the milk and honey to flow all over you, you got to give the rich those extra tax cuts. Look, they've already got it down to 8% of their income. You pay a lot more taxes because you don't have their accountants. But once you cut their taxes even further to where they're paying 5%, 4%, 3%, that's when the jobs start coming, folks. We gotta give blood to the blood god that is the wealthy. And once we have sacrificed enough, once we've given them a sweet enough deal, they will make it fucking rain. And they do make it rain. They piss all over us, right? They exploit us and they extract money from us. I hear Republicans in my shorts chat all the time talking about the extraction, the wealth extraction from the middle class to the rich. Funny, they don't ever worry about the poor, but then again, they are Republicans. So what do I expect? Right? But they got this, point down, which is actually true. The problem is that they think it's only during Biden there was a wealth extraction. They don't realize that there's a constant fucking wealth extraction. It's called capitalism. That's how it fucking works, right? You produce X amount of value for the company that you work for, and you receive X minus N amount of value in payment. What's the N? That's the exploitation factor. That's what you produce that you don't get fucking paid for. And don't worry, folks, because you're going to buy stuff. You're going to buy the products that they produce or other people produce or whatever, right? You're going to have to buy things to keep yourself alive. And guess what? Again, you don't pay Y, which is what the product is worth, right? You pay Y plus N, and N is another fucking extraction. So in other words, you're getting fucked on both ends, right? There is exploitation going on. The fact that people feel like they're being fucked over, the fact that people are susceptible to these kind of conspiracy theories that demagogues like Donald Trump spout is like understandable, because you are getting fucked over. You're not getting a square deal. But that's baked into the system. That's capitalism. And if you believe that you should get a square deal, if you believe that what you contribute into this economy should match what you take home for your pay, then you're a goddamn dirty communist. You're a goddamn dirty pinko. You don't love this country. You're not a patriot. You don't love getting fucked over by the rich, which is as American as apple pie. Our country was founded by rich people that didn't want to pay their taxes. And if you won't get on board with that, well, then you're just some kind of pinko scum, right? Or maybe communist is just what they call people who are not fucking crazy.
The jobs he created, almost all of them, almost 100%, people say more than 100%, went to illegal aliens.
By the way, just so you remember what former President Barack Obama said about him, that's really getting into Donald Trump's head here. Play this clip.
The people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago.
Okay, so chat, when I heard that, I thought Pod Save America. I thought Pod Johns, Omega Stars picks Swifties to start us off on the dono goal, on the bonus content. We're now at 1%, and so are Swifties for Trump. Yeah, I really want to do that story. I think that's a really interesting story. How the Swifties came to support Donald Trump. It's an interesting tale of what happened with that. But yeah, when I heard this, I was like, that. It reminded me of Obama's speeches of old. It reminded me of the way that he used to, the kind of speeches that he used to give. And I know that Favreau and, oh my God, what's his name? There's two of the guys on Pod Save America were on Obama's speech writing team. So that's why I immediately was like, wait a minute, what? That sounds familiar. And it turns out I was right, Chad. It turns out I could not have been more on point. But yeah, they also came up with the dick joke. It was Dan from Pod Save America that came up with the dick joke.
It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
So it's only a dick joke because he goes like that, right?
It just goes on and on.
Now, before Donald Trump spoke, J.D. Vance gave a speech as well. Here, J.D. Vance, well, I'll just let you take a look at what he said. Here, play this clip.
We do not need a president with terrible judgment. We need Donald J. Trump back in the White House.
Excuse me. Like, corporate wants you to find the difference between these two things. Donald J. Trump and people with terrible judgment. They're the same. They're the same. It's the same thing. You said the same thing to me in two different ways.
I wouldn't exactly say that individual ranting and raving like a lunatic exercises good judgment. I think he said during COVID, like a miracle, it was all going to go away.
Oh my God.
J.D. Vance says,
yes, he did.
Hope candidate. He's here for hope. Here, play this clip.
Now, Donald J. Trump represents something that so many in this country need right now, and I think it's important to recognize it. We need hope in the United States of America.
Oh, wow. Wait, there's one guy that was all about that, right?
Introduces Donald Trump. He goes, they tried to kill him. Again, spreading these lies as though it was like Democrats or liberals. No, the person who shot at Donald Trump was a Republican voter who was a Second Amendment fetishization nut. Here, play this clip.
At that, so they tried to put him in prison, and they even tried to kill him.
They're getting so much mileage from this they, right? Donald Trump is the victim of a gang stalking, apparently, chat. That is what I'm hearing from this guy. And that is what I'm hearing from Vance. That's what I hear from the cult, right? Donald Trump is getting gang stalked by them. Now, normally when a person comes to you and says they're being gang stalked, there's a big conspiracy, all these people are in it, any person that they happen to encounter on the street might be part of them, might be one of the gang stalkers, might be part of this, fucking cabal, this conspiracy against them. You might want to refer that person to a mental health professional. Because unless they used to work for, some kind of military contractor or something like that, there is very little chance that there is a amorphous group that is out there like fucking with them, right? And unless they're like the head of the Communist Party in the United States or something like that, it's like, COINTELPRO is chasing them. It is very likely that they are in this person's mind or a figment of their imagination. And that the help that they need is not, to track them down and find out who they are, but rather to deal with their psychological issues, right? But Donald Trump somehow gets away with it. It's always them. It's always this everybody's fucking with Donald Trump. Everybody's fucking with this guy, right? And you just add more people to it, right? Okay, so we got the Obamas, yeah, they're fucking with him. We got the Clintons, they're fucking with him. We got the poll workers, they're fucking with him. We got the judges are fucking with him. We got the civil servants, they're fucking with him too. Oh my God, are you seeing what I'm seeing here? Are you seeing the pattern start to emerge? And now we're adding a weird Republican 20-year-old who sucks, luckily for Donald Trump, who sucks at marksmanship. He's one of them too. He's part of the party. He's smoking cigars with Barack Obama and Bill Clinton in the back room. What the fuck? Wow, this is a wide-ranging conspiracy. It crosses political ideologies, right? Apparently even people that are to the right of Donald Trump are part of them, right? It's like, wow, this is a really scary, this is a really scary gang stalking situation you're dealing with here, Donald. Or it could just be that you have a massive persecution complex. And that's what you're dealing with. And that your fans are being sucked into this delusion along with you. I don't know, Donald. I don't know. Which one do you think it is? Occam's razor, buddy. Occam's freaking razor.
But as sure as that beautiful flag still waves behind me in the American sky, Donald Trump still stands ready to fight.
Watch the flag fall. Watch the flag come off and fall all over JD Vance.
Ready to win, ready to make America.
Okay, so we got a little view of the crowd size, but I feel like they're gonna give us a better one. Maybe? I hope so.
My friend and our president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Okay, I cannot take the hit for the music. Maybe Midas Touch and Pod Save America can. I can't deal with it. I'm getting copyright claim, Chad. I can't have that. I lose money when that happens.
Well,
and I need money. I need money to buy delicious food like this. Wait, do I have it? Yeah. Chat. I have an orange. Yes. Right? I need my ad money for oranges, okay?
Then called into his favorite radio show and he said that he's not a convicted felon. Newsflash, you are. Play the clip.
When they talk about convicted felon, well, first of all, I'm not a convicted felon.
What does he think that means?
Number one.
Yeah, if you're convicted of a felony, that's what a convicted felon is, right? He doesn't understand what asylum means, what an asylum seeker is. He thinks it has to do with the late, great Hannibal Lecter, which we should probably watch that. We should probably, I found a Chapo clip that like, it's like I think it's a Vic Berger clip that like combines all of the different times that he mentions the late, great Hannibal Lecter, and take a look at that, because I can't get enough. And he stopped saying it. Somebody finally got to him and he was like, stop saying Hannibal Lecter. Stop saying Hannibal Lecter. You got to stop it. You got to stop it. No more. He's going to have you for dinner. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Donald. They finally got it through his head to not do it, right? But he has said it, I don't know, chat 50 times by now. There's like going on 100 incidents of Donald Trump bringing up Hannibal Lecter, and even at times saying that, like, you know, explaining why he's bringing up Hannibal Lecter, and it's like, because he said good things about me. Hannibal Lecter is a fan of mine. Hannibal Lecter voted for me. I don't know if he knows who the fuck he's talking about, but Anthony Hopkins is not a fan of his if he's talking about the actor, right? People speculate that maybe he's mixing up. Maybe he thinks that John Voight played Hannibal Lecter, and John Voight is indeed a fan of Donald Trump's.
It happened for a while.
Then Donald Trump makes some comment about Jewish people, and then if Jewish people vote for Kamala Harris, they ought to go out. Is he threatening to kill him?
What?
What's he even saying here? Play the clip.
If Jewish people vote for her, and I use this expression, they ought to go out, because Kamala is a person.
Then Donald Trump speaks.
See, here's the weird thing. Like, okay, I don't know what he was, I don't know what the fuck he was going on there. Look, here's the thing, right? Jewish people tend to vote left, right? That is just a thing. That is just a voting pattern, right? That is just, you know, that's just how things are, all right? But there might be a certain amount of like super hardcore Netanyahu fans out there that have just really, you know, just you know, or are super, you know, far right on the Israel question, that he might be able to convince when Kamala says, you know, something like, we care about children in Gaza, then he can point to that and maybe get a few of these votes, right? Maybe. But if he starts saying weird stuff about Jewish people, if he starts sounding like Marjorie Taylor Greene or RFK, right, where he's got this weird, you know, like, and he starts scolding Jewish people about how they could vote, that's just not going to happen. He's going to start driving, you know, people that might have voted for him anyway. He's going to start driving those people away.
Speech abruptly ends, and the Fox News host Martha McCallum, as Aaron Rupert said, immediately springs into action and tries to.
Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub on Twitch to Asephion, whose name I've mispronounced so many times, and now I think I've got it right. Hopefully, is it a Cephion or a Sephion? Actually, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but hopefully you can let me know. But yeah, thank you, Omega Star, for getting us started on that sub goal. Chat, we're up to 7%. If we hit 100% before the end of the stream, you get extra content. You get extra content. What extra content? The content that you choose. Does chat choose violence? Does chat choose Swifties for Trump? Does chat choose Elon Musk's AI copyright fiasco? Does chat choose Tim Waltz's Caucasian taco recipe, which may or may not include mayonnaise, but you gotta pick that one to find out. You can let me know when you donate which of these appeals to you, which of these pieces of content you want to see as the follow-up to my stream tonight, and you will actually add a percentage, just like Omega Star just did, to the topic of your choice. And I'm guessing, Omega, are you still with the Swifties? Are you still with? I'm guessing your money goes to the Swifties, and that brings us up to 7%. 7% towards the dono goal, 7% towards the Swifties so far. We're getting off to an auspicious start. Thank you, Omega Star.
Sane wash it. Let me show you here. Play this clip.
Oh my God, stop with the music. Is that YMCA? I'm going to get cooked. Chat. I am so cooked. I am so cooked. I can't let the Village People, like, just, I can't let it rip. All right. As much as that is a banger, as much as I will agree with Trump that is, and I wonder, okay, chat, I got to know what's up with the Village People. He doesn't just like YMCA, which he does. He likes YMCA a lot, right? But he also likes macho man. He wants to be a macho man. He likes Macho Man, right? And I just gotta wonder what this comes from, right? I had a theory that Trump is like somehow like, oh God, this is so weird, but that like somehow like culturally he's like tuned into like queer culture without really realizing what it is, right? He's like, I just really like that song. But actually, I think it's more likely something like this, right? How old is Donald Trump? 78. When was he cool? In the 80s or maybe in the 70s? Late 70s? Yeah. And what were the bangers in disco clubs in the 70s? Macho Man and YMCA. Maybe it's that. Maybe that's when Donald Trump was cool. I don't know, chat. I'm trying to come up with theories for you. I'm trying to explain this stuff. But as you saw last night, not even Bill Clinton can explain the late, great Hannibal Lecter, right? This guy's a bit of a challenge. He's a bit of a puzzle. He's a bit of a Rubik's Cube, to go back to another 80s reference, as I am full of. Yes. Okay, so were we still on YMCA?
All right, there you have it. Former President Trump in North
Young men.
Carolina with a forceful rebuke.
You gotta stop playing it over the... Oh my God, please do something about this music. What is going on here? I don't want to get copyright claimed.
The state of North Carolina.
No, it's still YMCA. Macho Trump. He wants to be a macho Trump. Waluigi, macho Trump. Okay, well, we're just not gonna watch it. That's all there is to it. All right, fuck it. We'll do it live, right? Chat. You know what else we're gonna do live? We're gonna take a little look-see, folks, at my prediction that Barack Obama, the words coming out of his mouth, might have been written by one Jon Favreau, and perhaps other members of Pod Save America. So I don't usually show you Pod Save America. I do listen to the show legitimately a lot, but most of it I take in my sleep, because again, this is my I woke up too early. I need to fall asleep. I put in my earphone, I put in my earbud, and I put on the Pod Johns, and something about the soothing voice of Jon Favreau, and the witty banter of Favreau and Lovett and the rest of the pod crew on Pod Save America, something like just always allows me to go back to sleep. And it's always there on my phone, on my feed, like first thing in the morning. So it's really convenient that way. But anyway, what I'm trying to show you here is from the Obama speech, the line that I want to see if it's the exact line that I predicted.
We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems.
Oh, that's the one. That's right where I said it. We can roll the tape back. We can roll back, bring out the VOD, right? We can bring out the VOD and we can see it. This is exactly where I said I felt the touch, the touch, not the Midas touch, but the Pod John touch, the Pod Save America touch, the Favreau touch, if you will.
As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American.
All right, so I should disclose, once a staffer, always a staffer. I volunteered to help a little, look at the speech a couple times.
I mean, don't knock
NCC was right.
the 3 changes I made in the speech.
There's one very important change.
Let's not let people behind. We don't
Dan
want
had one very important change that I just switched in. Dan included the dick joke.
Oh, Dan.
Dan had one very minuscule change that he laid in there.
Dick joke.
Yeah, outed the creator of the dick joke, right? Obama might not have done that if it was not for the pod John. So anyway, I was right once again. It's not the first time this has happened. I've been pretty good on my predictions this year, haven't I? I hope this isn't too Trumpian of me to say, right? But I also predicted that Sleepy Joe might drop out. And I didn't just predict that Sleepy Joe might drop out. I predicted that Donald Trump might not, at the end of the day, be the final answer for the Republican candidate. Now, that one's a little bit less likely to happen. But I did say that even though Biden had secured the votes that he needed to win the primary, and everybody's like, all right, let's get ready for Biden and Trump. You know, this is what we're doing. This is where we're going. I was like, not so fast. I'm not sure. And everybody was like, NCC, you are incorrigible. How, no, of course, he won the votes. This is what happens. Somebody secures the primary votes and they become the candidate, right? This is how it happens. I'm like, I don't know. He's not looking too healthy. He's not looking too great. He might not end up as the candidate. And I feel so freaking vindicated now. Speaking of vindicated, let's take a look and see what we got going on. This is the live from New York. No, this is live from Chicago, actually. Second city. The second city. And we got a bunch of House members, and we've got a bunch of Democratic officials and various notable people that got added to this program and that hopefully are going to reel it in a little bit. That's one other thing that the Pod John said that I am in agreement with him. I don't always find myself agreeing with, Obama and Clinton speechwriters, to be completely frank with you. But when they called out the fact that people were, and this was Lovett. This is me agreeing with John Lovett, right? Not John Lovett's, just so everybody's clear. The guy in the red shirt is John Lovett. All right. I got mixed up too. When I heard him mentioned the first time, I'm like, John Lovett's is on a pod? Is on, like, I could imagine John Lovett's being super libby, but actually I kind of think he's conservative, maybe. I don't know. John Lovett's doesn't matter, though. It's not who we're talking about. We're talking about John Lovett. And he did, in fact, call out the fact that there are too many people to whom this appearance for them on the stage of the Democratic National Convention is all about them. All about them and their status and their fame, and not nearly enough about the actual candidate and the actual election. And that's why they're going on and on and on. And that's why Biden was out there past his bedtime. That's why the Obama started, super late after most people had turned off their, I shouldn't say TVs. They're probably not turning off their TVs, probably turning, shutting off their phone for the night, more likely. And again, with Waltz, even Waltz is kind of out there late. So anybody that thought it was a conspiracy to fuck over Biden, you're wrong. It wasn't. They're just that bad at it. The DNC is just that bad at it. They can't reel them in. And they need to start reeling them in. And to his credit, John Lovett did also echo that same sentiment. He seconds my emotion, and I appreciate him for that. So anyway, what do we got here? We got Donald Trump full speech in North Carolina. Let's go. I will keep checking in for you on the goings on.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, here we go. Here's our big special boy. He's here. He's here for us, folks. He's here. He's here to save America.
Great to be here. What a place. Did you like the...
What a place. Oh, my God.
That was pretty good.
I don't know. I'm almost thinking I'm going to miss this guy. But the thing that we might have missed from Midas Touch, I really thought they turned the camera around at some point to show. Let me see if I can find that on... I'll see if I can find that on Twitter in the background. We'll let him go. We'll let the Donald rip.
We were going low and fast. That was moving along. That was pretty low. Just want to thank JD. He's doing a fantastic job. And I want to thank North Carolina. I love North Carolina. I love them. 76 days from now, we're going to win this state, and we're going to win the White House, that beautiful, beautiful building. That beautiful building. I want to thank Senator Ted Budd, who's doing such a good...
And he wants to paint it gold. Okay, I gotta be real with you. That's why he's running for president again. I mean, also, to keep himself from being from all those charges that are chasing him, right? But I think he regrets not painting the White House gold.
Great job, Senator Ted Budd. Thank you. Great job, Ted. Mark Robinson, he's out there. He's fighting. He's a great one. And I think we have a lot of our sheriffs here, don't we have? Where are they? Will this stage hold them? I'd love to bring them up. Come on, sheriffs, get up here.
Get up here, sheriffs. We got our sheriffs, folks. You want to see the sheriffs?
I don't know if this stage is going to hold them, but
here's the sheriffs.
We've had bigger risks than...
I don't know if the stage will hold them. Are you body shaming the sheriffs? Donald Trump, you would not be typifying the body proportions of our law enforcement officials, of our local county law enforcement officials, would you? You would not be calling these men thumbs, would you? Is that what he's doing? Let's take a look at the, there's the crowd. You can see them. Let's take a look at these people. The big, beautiful crowd, folks. The big, beautiful crowd here to see Trump in beautiful North Carolina. Here, let's switch to the David Pakman version of the stream. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. It's not going to be much of a change for you on Shorts, but you're gonna appreciate it over on YouTube. All right. All right, so yeah, there we go. This is the crowd. This is the crowd. They're all out to see Donald Trump. And no, that's not really the crowd, chat. We do a little trolling, okay? We do a little trolling. That's okay. But let me show you the real, another look at the tiny crowd at Donald Trump's. I feel like I'm not seeing enough of this.
A beautiful message. I love soft talk like Barack Obama last night. I went, oh brother, here we go again. A beautiful message.
See, like, I mean, I wouldn't count on RSBN. This is if you've ever seen this channel, right? This channel glazes Trump like no one else. Okay, so I guess I'm seeing what this person's trying to show here is that it's not packed too densely, right? They're standing and they got arm room, they got leg room, they got all kinds of room. They got all kinds. It doesn't matter what their bodily proportions are. They're going to be okay. They're not going to be bumping up against each other. This man truly loves America. Trump Force One flying over the rally. Well, okay, so I will say, if that's really Trump Force One and he's on that plane, so apparently he's got his plane back, right? Before he was actually had to borrow Jeffrey Epstein's plane. And I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not lying. This is not Trump derangement syndrome. This is like literally checked by aviation experts, nerds, who go and check the numbers on the wings of airplanes to see who's flying what airplane. And it turns out for a little while, at least, Donald Trump was flying in Jeffrey Epstein's old jet, not the Lolita Express, right? That's a different jet. They probably dismantled that one, but one of Jeffrey's other planes. See, I want a big, expansive picture. Oh, wow, this is a big, expansive post. God damn it. God bless you, Elon Musk, for allowing people like this Art Candy person to, just say what's on their mind. All of it. Abated by the character limit. Again, I need a big, expansive picture to compare. Yeah, okay, so that's what they're comparing, is that they're not packed as tight as they are at the DNC. Yep, there's the crowd size, a la Obama. Now, I don't know if this is real. Is this real? Is this from Ashboro? That's where he was. See, it's only got 511 likes on it. See, I would, here's how you tell if something's real on Twitter. If it's got enough likes, if it's got enough retweets, if it has enough views, then if it's fake, somebody will do a community note and be like, this was actually not from Asheboro, North Carolina, or this was like 2 hours before the rally, or I borrowed this pic. Okay, so they're admitting it, aren't they? No, wait, what? Oh, they borrowed the pic from... Okay, nope, they're not admitting. It's called satire. Okay, there's the admission. Okay, so that's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute, that seems a little bit... That seems like a little bit of a stretch, chat. Anyway, let's get back to the... There were thousands. No twerking rappers needed. There's so much cope here. There's so much cope. Right? You've got side-by-side comparisons of venues that Kamala's, doing rallies at, like the venue for the RNC, which she packed tighter. She packed with more people. But they're still coping because, like, oh no, it was the twerking rappers. That's what it is. She cheated. She got rappers. The rappers twerked. That's why her crowd sizes seem normal, seem big. There's the plane again. Anyway. I feel slightly gaslit by both sides now. Right? In terms of the claims that it's not a tiny crowd, but it's just not, it's not like he's not packing them in like she is, right?
This, come on, sheriffs. If you weigh more than 200 pounds, don't come up. I'm only...
He did it. He called them thumbs. That's what he's doing. That's how much this guy loves law enforcement. Come up here, you thumbs. Get over here, you... Some of you sheriffs, you're looking a little bit like the Dukes of Hazzard sheriff.
Come on. Hi, fellas. Thank you. Good to see you. Welcome to North Carolina. Thank you, sir. Slow down, guys. Come on down. Double up.
Come on down. We got these North Carolina sheriffs, these good old boys. Not beating the allegations. I don't know. I always think I always think Hassan's exaggerating when he thinks that like cop is like a, you know, there's like a profile. You sure can pack those pigs. We got packed them like pigs in a blanket here. This looks like a scene out of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas where they have the narcotic enforcement officials conference. Know your dope, fiend. Your life may depend upon it. Know your dope, fiend. Your life may depend upon it. You will not be able to see his eyes behind the T-shades, but his knuckles will be white from inner tension, and his pants will be crusted with semen from constantly jacking off when he can't find a grape victim. He will stagger and babble when questioned. He will not respect your badge. The dope fiend fears nothing. He will attack for no reason with every weapon at his command, including yours. Beware. Any officer apprehending a suspected marijuana addict should use all necessary force immediately. 1 stitch on time on him will usually save 9 on you. Good luck.
Just so you know, these are great people, but I want to get them the hell off the stage because I guarantee.
The smell, folks. You have no idea. The smell.
Mind when they built this. Thank goodness Mark lost a lot of weight over the last couple of months. You did actually. Well, I want to thank you all very much. You are the reason we're able to be here and that you have a safe state and a great state. Thank you all very much. Thank you. That's
a safe state as long as you're white.
That's some group of people for endorsements too. Every group virtually in the country, law enforcement endorsed us. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mark. Good luck, Mark.
Okay, so like I said, we're gonna keep
gotta win. He's a good.
Keep an eye on the convention.
Thank you.
We got a little. Got some music.
Much better that they got off the stage.
We got some music.
No idea what was gonna happen, but it's not that far down. You know, I had no idea what was. I'm a big structural guy. But
oh shit! What? Excuse me? Wait, no. Can somebody explain that? He's a big structural guy, right? Is that an Elizabeth Warren reference? Does anybody remember that Elizabeth Warren reference? Does anybody know about the big structural Bailey? Elizabeth, I don't know if I even want to take the time to re-explain this because Elizabeth Warren has already given her speech. She was really early in the evening. They're not showing a lot of respect to Elizabeth Warren, right? But she had a fine kettle of fisk in Chicago this evening, right? Safe space for whiteness. We should watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I don't know if they'd let us get away with that. Copyright. Trump rally farming the other white meat. Yeah, basically. There's a lot of it out there tonight, folks. A lot of pork. It smells like bacon up here, folks.
Richard Hudson and
it is too bad that white collar criminals like Donald Trump, they don't have, look, if you have dealt with cops and you don't have like a giant shield of a bullet shield of privilege protecting you from what they do and how they act, right? You react very differently when you're around these people. I remember being in a store once. It was one of these stores that has soup, and I used to always go there and get, you put it in a paper cup and stuff like that. And I used to always go there and get soup. And I was getting soup at the store one day, right? Because the soup is pretty cheap actually. But as I'm getting soup, I hear this voice behind me, and they're saying something. I can't remember what it was. Like, oh, minestrone looks good. And I'm like, yep, minestrone really is good. And as I turn around, I notice it's a cop. A cop started up a conversation about minestrone soup. Or maybe it was some kind of, I can't remember what kind of soup, right? But it was hard for me because, like, I've had to deal with worrying about, particularly when certain substances were not as legal as they are today, right? I had to always worry about cops. And so, just like kind of their presence, like sort of sets me on edge. And you can tell from Trump that even though he is, a convicted felon, and I'm not afraid of getting sued for that because that is the literal truth, right? That is the findings of a court. They convicted him of 43 charges, right? For somebody that is a literal convicted felon, he has a severe lack of fear around that much bacon.
Byron Donalds, 2 warriors, 2 great people, 2 unbelievable. Where's Byron? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Where's Byron? Oh, look at him over there. He knows how to get attention. Look at that guy. He's been my friend for a long time. Thank you for everything, Byron. And you have, thank you very much, congressional candidate Mark Harris. Mark? Hi, Mark. Good.
Okay, this is boring. This is boring.
Good numbers. Brad House. Tim. What a job he. Where's the fake?
So I guess he's promoting. This is just like his shouts out, right? You know, this is like when I promote other streamers, like when people raid in or show up in chat. I always love to promote other streamers. But Trump is he's promoting, I guess, Republican candidates. More candidates, more candidates, more candidates to promote. I broke it. I broke it.
It's so great, so fast. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make America strong again. We're going to make America great again. Going to be fantastic.
So I think this is the military speech, right? He's got themes for his speeches recently. I think we watched the one that was about industry and economics yesterday. This is the one that is about military. I'm trying to remember the other one. There's one that we haven't seen yet that I want to make sure to... Wait, we might have watched both of them. Anyway, this is the military speech.
It's going to be fantastic. So I just want to thank you very much for your support, because I've always had fantastic support from you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, talking about North Carolina, yeah, Trump has... I'm trying to make sure I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, I think he has had good support from North Carolina. I think he has always won North Carolina. However, in the last election, he didn't win North Carolina by as much as he expected. And North Carolina is a state that's turned blue a few times, so it's not entirely a safe state depending on who's running. It's not one of the swing states, though. It's not one of the states that we're looking at as a possible, could go either way. Although I will say it could go either way. It's more likely to go red than it is to go blue. There's always, people that are kind of hoping that the Democrat will win North Carolina, but it usually doesn't happen. But outside of the six swing states, that is again Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are the states that legitimately could go either way, right? North Carolina is probably the next most likely state to swing. So the fact that he's even here at all, kind of shows that either he's looking for a friendly crowd, or his campaign might be worried that North Carolina is not in the bag for him, as it should be, right? So I don't know. This is kind of a sign of weakness here.
We have a job to do. We have a job to do. We had some very good polls this morning, despite their charade. I call it the party.
I want you to contrast this to the fact that when Biden was in the race, Trump showed up in New Jersey and New York, in all kinds of states that he has zero chance of winning, right? There's no real reason for him to be there. It doesn't serve any purpose. But what he wanted to do when he was running against Joe Biden, he had already assumed that he was going to win the election. And so by showing up in states like New Jersey, more so New Jersey than New York, right? He was trying to expand the map. He was trying to win an unexpected state. He was trying to go for a landslide, right? Contrast this to right now, where he's showing up in a state where he should win it.
The Democrats party. Do you know 5 people in Chicago were killed in the last little while since the that charade that they have going on. They mentioned my name, I think, 271 times. They mentioned the economy like 12 times. They mentioned the border, maybe none. They don't talk about the border. Our great border czar doesn't talk about.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's.
But they mentioned me more than any other category. I'm now a category. They had me down today.
That's literally not true. That's literally not true. No, there was a couple of mentions. There was a couple. There was a lot of discussion, and it's not good, right? It's them bragging about Biden caving into Trump, but as a way of calling out the Republicans for putting forward a border bill that that Biden agreed to sign, and that he agreed to help them get through the Senate with that bill. And then once they knew that he was on board, once they knew that it might actually, in other words, chat, Republicans wanted to pass a bill through the House, and they wanted the bill to go down in the Senate, or they wanted the bill to be vetoed by Biden, so that they could say, hey, we want to do something about the border. We want to stop the open borders, but Biden wouldn't go along with us, right? So Biden caves in on that, right? Biden actually basically endorses Trump's policy. And once he does that, the Republicans pull out. They're like, no, don't pass that. Whatever you do, like Trump tells his people, do not pass that in the House, because if it passes in the House, it could get signed into law by Biden. If it gets signed into law by Biden, it won't be an issue in the fall. And he wants the issue more than he wants the policy. So, I mean, it just kind of shows how both sides really suck, really don't stand for what they say that they stand for. And they're playing politics with people's lives here.
Is a category. That's all they talk about. Trump. We've driven them crazy. They have Trump derangement syndrome. We've driven them crazy. And
we're going to see who gets driven crazy by the end of this speech. I think you'll notice that there were some things said at the Democratic Convention that stuck in Trump's craw. Chuck, can you help me with anatomy? What part of the body is the craw? If I say something is stuck in Trump's craw, am I talking about, is it on the back side or is it on the front side? I'm not sure, chat. I'm not sure where the craw is anatomically, but
should be driven crazy. They've done a terrible job for our country in every single way. There's not a thing they've done well except cheat and lie. They lie about stats. No, they lied about the crime numbers. The crime numbers didn't look bad. Then they found out that many of the worst places weren't included in the numbers.
He's so full of shit here. He's so full of shit, right? No, the crime numbers don't look bad, right? We're talking about historic lows. And we're talking about a spike that started under Trump. This is so wild how he's able to crow and whine about crime statistics without mentioning that his crime statistics don't look good. Now, look, like I said, you could be good faith about this and say that, like, well, the pandemic had a lot to do with that, right? The stuff that was going on in the country had a lot to do with it. You can't completely blame that on Trump. That is just something that maybe is going to happen. But he tries to blame it on Biden when it started under him. So I'm given to not be as charitable to this guy because of that.
And that was done by the...
But yeah, no, so this is cope. This is absolute fucking cope, right? They want to complain about crime. They want to blame, they want to project a crime wave. They want to make you think that you can't walk down the sidewalk. Like that's where he goes with this. You can't walk down the sidewalk. It's not safe. There's so much crime. There's so much crime. And you look at the statistics and you don't see that crime. It's not happening. It's not happening. It is a steady decrease since like the 80s of crime. And you got one little blip in 2020 that ends in 2021, 2022 under Biden. So, I mean, like you could say, is that a crime wave? Did we see a crime wave? Did we have a crime wave? If we did, that is a Trump crime wave. And that is a crime wave that Biden ended. Now, I'm given to think that, you know, crime ebbs and flows somewhat on its own due to other things rather than the president that's in office. Not every single thing that goes on is due to the president that's in office. But if you really want to bitch about crime, if you really want to make that an issue, that is not an issue that looks good for you, Donald Trump. And what they do is they try to say, well, not all the numbers are in yet, folks. What if, go with me here, right? What if the numbers that aren't reported are where the crime is like 5,000 times the rate it is anywhere else? 5 billion times the rate it is anywhere else, right? And so you're not seeing the real numbers. So like most of the numbers are in, right? So for him to claim that crime is somehow actually going up, you would have to have this bizarre anomaly where all of the last districts to report are districts where it exploded and everywhere else it's gone down. It strains credibility. And it's cope. It's really what that is, right? He doesn't like that crime has gone down because that reflects well on Kamala and Biden. It doesn't lend itself to the narrative that he's trying to construct.
FBI, which is sad. 4 years ago, our country was strong.
Chief of Democrat BLM rioters that did it.
Their fair share and their fair dues. You know, we went to NATO. We say, you're not paying. You got to pay. If you remember, President Bush would go and he'd make a speech. Obama would go, he'd make a speech. They all made speeches. This one.
Omega Star with a 100-bit donation. Don't step on the crack on that sidewalk. Yeah, it's dangerous.
Didn't even make a speech, this last one. But I went, I said...
Getting us up to...
you got to pay.
8%. Oh, so here we go with the protection racket, right?
I said, well, does that mean you won't support us if we don't pay? I said, that's what it means. I had to say that. I got a lot of heat for that. People, the fake news. Oh, that's a lot of fake news. Oh, that's a lot of fake news. No, the fake news gave me a hard time for that. The fake news was saying, what a terrible thing to say to our allies. Our allies weren't paying. And I said, you got to pay. We were paying for everybody. So they take advantage of us on trade, and then we also pay for their military. That somehow doesn't work. So they had to pay. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars. But I said to them, no, that means I will not protect you. I will not protect you. They said, sir, if we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? Used to be Soviet Union, now Russia. Will you protect us? I said, are you paid? No, let's assume we're not.
Listen. There is one case in which this is true, all right? What he's saying here. There is one case in which paying might actually protect you. And that is the case, the strange case of the top of the hour ad break. It happens every hour on Twitch. I'm talking about Twitch. I'm not talking about YouTube. Your ads are different, right? And it's unskippable. Unlike YouTube, where you can press that button to skip the ad, on Twitch, you can't skip shit unless you're paid to protect you from the top of the hour ad break. You can do that for $3 with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do that for, you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or for $6 by paying $6 to Twitch, or you could possibly be protected by somebody gifting subs, although that sort of thing, much more likely to happen if you're actually active in the chat. There we go.
Paid, then you're delinquent, right? Well, yes, that's an old real estate term. You're delinquent, yes. No, we will not protect you. The press went crazy that I said, and you know what? If I would have said the other way, they would have never paid. Hundreds of billions were sent into NATO. But we defeated ISIS. We killed the world's top terrorists. We secured our borders. We achieved energy independence. We stood up to China.
When he says we killed the world's top terrorist, is he talking about the act of war that he committed on Iran? Is that what he's talking about? Talking about the general or the?
We protected Israel. We made peace in the Middle East.
We protected Israel. Donald, the shit that's gone on in Israel and Gaza is because of your shitty nephew. I want to say nephew, son-in-law, Jared Kushner, right? Because of you naming a family member to do negotiation, and that negotiation going on without the Palestinian people being involved, right? That issue that's going on right now in Gaza and Israel is completely your fault. Don't say that you fucking protected Israel. You didn't protect shit. You didn't protect shit, and all of that blood is on your hands, Donald. All of that blood.
With the Abraham Accords and more.
That's what got you October 7th. There you go. There you go.
We did things like nobody ever heard of, and we brought our troops mostly.
No one ever heard of a president naming their son-in-law as the diplomat, as the point person on a negotiation. Yeah, that's true. No one heard of doing a negotiation involving Palestine without the presence of any Palestinian people. Yeah, that was a little unconventional. And what do you get for it? What do you get for it? Possibly World War III. The conflict between Israel and Iran, which threatens to erupt at any minute now, right? is something that could spark World War III. And actually, I think it's more likely to do so than Ukraine. Yeah, this is Donald Trump's fault. He is posting his L's today.
Back home, we didn't start any wars for 79 years it was before. We didn't start wars, 79, 80 years.
Daniel Green says they are not a country, though. So fuck them, I guess. So fuck them. Is that is that the second half of what you were trying to say? Is that the second half of your? I'm sorry. Did I say your? Did I pull the racism out of your words where it was just sort of implied? I just can't let that pregnant pause hang in the air like that, right? Say it with your chest, Daniel. You don't consider them a people, is what you're really saying, right? You're going to come in my chat and be racist like that? Come on. You think I'm going to let you get away with that?
Everybody said, oh, he's going to start wars with his attitude. No, my attitude kept us out of wars. I stopped wars with phone calls. Russia should have never happened. With Ukraine, would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. Nope, there was no talk of that.
Again, citation motherfucking needed.
Would have never, ever happened with Putin. Would have never happened. And Israel.
Also, chat, I just want to make sure. Like, did we get disconnected for a second there? It looks like the stream didn't at least, I had some weird stuff going on my end, but it looks like nothing bad happened to chat.
Would have never happened. Iran would have never done that. They had very little money at that point. Now they're rich as hell. But Biden allowed that to happen. And Kamala, where's Biden? What happened to Biden? Where is he? He's on a beach. He's on a beach. You know, he's got somebody that thinks he looks great in a bathing.
He was on a beach when he got COVID, when he dropped out. Do you miss him? Do you miss him, Donald? You miss him, don't you? This is like a buddy movie, Trump and Biden. Jeez. He misses Biden. He misses Sleepy Joe. This is a guy who was ready to fight it out with a walking corpse of a candidate named Sleepy Joe Biden. And now that they took Sleepy Joe away, he wishes that he'd never... I mean, it wasn't even that Trump dunked on him in the debate, right? It was Biden just dunked on himself. And now he lost Sleepy Joe, and he'll never be the same. What happened to Joe? What happened to his soulmate? What happened to Joe? What happened to Sleepy Joe?
Suit. He likes to go to a beach. How do you leave here and go on a beach? You can't do it. There are things.
What? It's North Carolina. You could sure as fuck go on a... Do you not know where you are, Donald? He was in Pennsylvania the other night. He called it North Carolina. I don't think he knows where he is.
You just don't do. People don't want to see you in a bathing suit.
I mean, listen. People don't want to see you in a bathing suit. Does that exist? Does that picture exist? Is there a picture? I don't think there is a picture. I don't think the man's ever been in a bathing suit. Maybe you could find one when he's really young, where he's in a bathing suit, but...
Walks badly. It's hard to walk in the sand, you know. He has a hard time lifting his feet through the sand. And then he grabs a chair. The chair is meant for old people to lift and young kids to lift, like, 4-year-old kids, right? And he can't lift it. He needs a little help. The whole thing is crazy. How we ever got that is crazy. And what happened to...
The whole thing is crazy. The fact that you can't focus on your actual opponent, which is Kamala Harris.
Inflation, and with disrespect from all over the world, and all these wars are starting all over the place. And we're very close to a third world war, and don't kid yourself.
All right, chat, look.
But they're not laughing too much.
Look. I'm going to show you something, but you gotta promise not to freak out, okay? You gotta promise not to freak out. I'm gonna show you a Trump bathing suit, all right? Now, please don't be too shocked. I'll only show it to you for a second, all right? But I'm gonna show it to you. Get ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? Jump scare! Jump scare! Jump scare! All right, it's over. We're good. We're okay. We're okay. We survived.
You're a little worried about a certain person winning the election. We had some very good polls today. And if that happens, you're not going to have any third world wars. Every American was safer under President Trump. In fact, the entire world was safer.
Okay, I found something.
That beautiful resolution.
I found something. I think this is Donald Trump in a bathing suit. It's not a good picture. It kind of cuts his head off, but Is that Trump in a bathing suit? I'm finding some very old black and white pictures. I don't know which of this is like this. Some of this might be, yeah, there's definitely some AI. There's definitely some fake news here. I don't know which of these are real. Is that one real? Is any of this real? Oh, chat, what is open art? Is open art makes me think it's like some kind of a AI thing. I am finding old pictures of that say that they're Donald Trump. I'm just not sure if any of this is real. I don't even know if this is real. That looks like AI. That's got to be AI, right? That can't be real.
Desk in the Oval Office. You know, I heard the other day for the first time, I heard Biden say, the beautiful resolute desk. He never said that before. They copy me. When I say we're a nation in decline, guys are copying me. Then they say they shouldn't say that, but they thought the words were beautiful. But they copy me all the time. In that case, it was Republicans that were copying me because they happen to be right, so I don't mind if a Republican copies me. Any of you guys want to copy me?
You can copy me. You can copy me as long as you're a Republican. Look, I got one more. All right, now you gotta. This is gonna be even more of a jump scare. All right, this is gonna be a real jump scare here. One more picture. No. Okay, you might have seen it first. I don't even know if it, fuck.
But it's a sad thing to have to say, but they copy me. The resolute desk, he never mentioned that. He doesn't even know what the hell the resolute desk is. Exactly 3 years ago this month, the weakness and incompetence of Kamala Harris and crooked Joe Biden delivered the most humiliating event in the history of our country and one of the biggest military disasters in the history of the world, as far as I'm concerned. No one will ever forget the horrifying images of their catastrophic retreat from Afghanistan.
Okay, so now I don't even know why he's calling this like... I see a picture of Obama sitting at it, the resolute desk, right? Why is he acting like he invented calling it the resolute desk? I'm a little confused here. It's from the HMS Resolute. Right, there was like a naval vessel that I guess the wood got turned into a desk, maybe? 19th century partner's desk used by several presidents of the United States in the White House in the Oval Office desk, including the five most recent presidents. So yeah, it was Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush, and Clinton, I guess. Why is he acting like he invented calling it the Resolute desk? Or like, I don't even get it. HMS Resolute was abandoned in the Arctic while searching for Sir John Franklin and his lost expedition. The ship was found in 1855 by George Henry, an American whaling ship. Okay, that's the name of the ship. Repaired and returned to the United Kingdom as a gesture of goodwill. Returned to the United Kingdom from the United States. The ship was decommissioned in 1879. Okay, so the ship was... Okay. Wait, I'm trying to understand this. This is a British ship found by an American whaling vessel, returned to the United Kingdom as a gesture of goodwill. The ship was decommissioned in 1879, broken up, and had 3 desks constructed out of his timbers. Queen Victoria sent one of those desks to American President Rutherford B. Hayes. The Resolute desk was received in the White House in 1880, was used in the president's office, president's study, until the White House reconstruction of 1948 to 1952. Removed from the White House after the assassination of JFK, went on a traveling exhibition with the Kennedy Presidential Library. President Jimmy Carter brought the desk back to the White House in 1977, where it has remained ever since. That is boring. That is more than I wanted to know about a fucking desk.
And desperate Afghans fell to their deaths from the wheels of U.S. cargo planes that were 3,000 feet up in the air.
Okay, so again, Trump failed to pull out of Afghanistan, right? If you are against forever wars, if you are against occupation, if you are against the United States using shit like 9/11 as a precursor to attack countries that were not responsible for 9/11, then you should be against the continued occupation of Afghanistan, which is a policy that Trump maintained. He wants to say he didn't start any wars. He kept one going that had been going for 20 years. And he's bitching about like pulling out of that war, but what the fuck are you going to do? Stay in? Did you want to stay in there for another 50 years? Stay in there until like people, you know, change their minds about the government that they want?
Bloodthirsty terrorists poured out of the prisons after Biden and Harris surrendered Bagram, one of the largest air military bases anywhere in the world. We spent billions and billions of dollars building it many years ago. And, you know, it was important to keep it. I was never leaving that. I would have been out faster than them. I said, that's
What are you talking about? You had a chance to do that. What are you talking about? You were the previous president. You could have pulled out of Afghanistan. You should have pulled out of Afghanistan. I think you were even supposed to pull out of Afghanistan, right? And you didn't. You didn't. You kept a forever war going.
Almost 21 years. And I said, what are we doing? What are we doing here? And we had no soldiers killed for 18 months while I was there because they knew.
Because you fucking, you made a deal with the Taliban. That's why.
Play around with our soldiers. They were killing them.
You made a deal with the faction that ended up taking over when the United States pulled out.
They were killing them under Obama. Did you see Barack Hussein Obama last night? Take little shots. He was taking.
Here we go. Here we go. He took some shots at your favorite guy.
With our soldiers, they were killing them. They were killing them under Obama. Did you see Barack Hussein Obama last night? Take little shots. He was taking shots at your president. And so was Michelle. You know, they always say, sure, please stick to policy. Don't get personal. And yet they're getting personal all night long, these people. Do I still have to stick to policy? Sir, you must stick to policy. You'll win it on the border. You'll win it with inflation. You'll win it with your great military that you built that they gave away $85 billion worth of it in Afghanistan. Sir,
okay, so chat, yeah.
The crime.
They took some shots.
The streets like never before. You're going to win it on.
They took a shot.
And maybe especially, I think two things. The economy, inflation, because I view them together. What they've done to inflation, and they caused it with energy. What they did with energy is so stupid. If we were there, our energy, we would be so dominant all over the world right now. We were already energy independent. I made you energy independent, but we would be energy dominant.
Okay, look. Now, this is not a flex. This is not a good thing. This is not. I don't think this is a shining jewel in the crown of the Biden administration. All right, but the United States is an net energy exporter. It is the largest exporter of energy in the world. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You want to talk about the Uniparty? You want to talk about the Uniparty? There's the Uniparty. It's agreed. They both love fracking. Republican, Democrat, they both love fracking. They both love capitalism. They both love big corporations paying very little taxes. That's the Uniparty.
Paying back debt would be reducing your taxes still further. We gave you the largest tax cuts ever.
He didn't pay back debt. He ran up a huge deficit. What is he talking about?
And a lot of good things were going to happen, but now we're just going to have to sort of call it a delay of 4 years. But these people don't have any idea what they're doing. You had 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. I got to know a lot of the relatives, friends, and mothers and fathers of those 13 people. 45 others were horrifically wounded, and $85 billion worth of the best military equipment anywhere in the world was handed over to these people. In fact, Afghanistan is now one of the largest arms merchants anywhere in the world. Did you know that? They're selling our equipment at tremendous prices. They're selling our beautiful. We had 70,000 armored trucks, many of them armored trucks and vehicles. Think of this. We had 700,000 rifles and guns. I actually say, what the hell did they need so many for? 700,000 rifles and guns. We had goggles, brand new, right out of the box. You know, they didn't fight at night because they never had goggles, right? Good fight.
They had goggles.
They never had goggles. Now they have brand new goggles, all left by the Biden-Harris administration. Gave them.
Now they've taken up swimming. They've got goggles.
Billions and billions of dollars, just gave it to them, and now they sell that equipment because they don't need 700,000 rifles. They need 20,000. Little difference. They don't need 70,000 vehicles. They need 500 vehicles. You have to ask yourself, who bought all that stuff in the first place? Who bought it all? How disgusted we're all, when we see, all of us are, when we see 3 days ago when we viewed their parade, our military equipment running down the middle of their main avenue, brand new, beautiful, armor-plated trucks, tanks, and vehicles, running down the middle, and they're all celebrating because we have stupid people running our government, and she'll be worse than Biden because he wasn't really a believer, but she's a radical left believer. She ruined San Francisco. She ruined California. And if she gets in, our country doesn't have a chance. This calamity is on Comrade Kamala Harris's shoulders. I think her name will be Comrade because I think that's the most accurate name. You know, I've been looking for a name. People are saying, sir, don't do it. You know all my names. They've all worked. They've all been very successful. And I really didn't find one with her.
So this is a confirmation that he doesn't get what his campaign team gets. People are tired of his shit. People are tired of his shtick. It's gone on too long. Look at it this way, all right? He was a reality host of The Apprentice. And that is a show from a long-ass time ago. And in a lot of people's minds, in the minds of the low-information voters voting for this guy, right, they were voting for another season of The Apprentice, which might have sold, which might have rocked, which might have banged in 2016, although I kind of question that too. He didn't win the popular vote. He lost to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, the most uncharismatic politician in recent history, right? The most hated politician other than Donald Trump, actually got 2 million more votes than this guy. So I'm not sure how much they were really feeling that, but regardless, he won the Electoral College, and that's what decides the president. So he got 4 years in the White House, right? And then his show got canceled. He got canceled. Donald Trump was canceled after 4 years. People were sick of it. People are tired of his shit. And what his team is trying to tell him is that Americans don't love Joe Biden, and by extension, Kamala Harris. Americans aren't super excited by the choices that they have. They're a little bit more excited now that Sleepy Joe is not the other option. But this shouldn't be that hard for him to win if he could just keep from doing the shit that pisses people off and drives people away. He might be able to win another 4 years. He might be able to escape accountability because, folks, that's really what he wants. That's really what he's looking at. That's what he's looking for, is he's looking for a way to get out of the charges, the charges that are chasing him. And, you know, statistically, one of those charges or two of those charges or a few of those charges will actually stick to him, and he will have, you know, I don't know, like an ankle bracelet or something like that. He doesn't want that, probably mostly for the humiliation. Rich guys like him, they don't go to jail. So it's not about going to jail, but it's about the humiliation, and it is about the official stamp of felon on this guy's forehead in the minds of the American people that he already kind of has because of the 34 charges in New York. Now, those charges had to do with Stormy Daniels, and it's a little bit difficult to explain to people, what exactly went on with the hush money. So you could say that, like, well, okay, that's like the least of his charges. That's the least embarrassing. I mean, it shouldn't be the least embarrassing, but it is for whatever reason. People have just decided they don't really care about that. But there are more charges that would come down the wire that he would actually have to, stand in court for, and very likely be convicted of at least, one of those charges, right? If he gets elected, he gets out of that. That's what he's really about. That's what he's really looking for. And his team is trying to help him, but they're fighting an uphill battle. He wants to continue on his merry way. He wants to keep doing the shit that he's been doing, and he doesn't realize how thin it's wearing on people, how annoying he is, how embarrassing he is, and how much he pushes away voters that might, be tricked into voting for him for another 4 years.
Woman, I said, so is Hillary Clinton. I called her Crooked Hillary, so nobody complained about that, right? Right? Mr. Governor, nobody complained about that. No, I called her Crooked Hillary. I call people names. I call crazy Nancy Pelosi crazy because she is. She's nuts. Biden is really angry. He's very angry. He was so angry the other night, he's like seething. You ever see a guy make a speech? He's such anger and so uncomfortable, just shouting, yeah. But he's terrible. He's just terrible. Should have never been there. We all know that. Should have never been there. What they've done to this country is incredible. But she bragged that she would be the last person in the room, and she was. She was the last person in the room with Biden when the two of them decided to pull the troops out of Afghanistan. And by the way, pulling them out was absolutely right. I was going to do it. I'm the one that got the soldiers down to 5,000 people. I was going to do it, but we were going to get out.
You were going to do it, but you never got around to it. You continued a forever war for 4 years. You're not the president of peace. You're a coward. And you knew that had you pulled out, something really similar would have happened. That's the truth of the matter. This motherfucker is coping and seething so hard.
Last, you don't pull the soldiers out first. You let the soldiers stay last. And the head of the Taliban respected me.
You let the soldiers stay last. Didn't this guy just complain about losing U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan? And that he worked out a deal with the Taliban? He had a little talk with the Taliban to make sure that they would stop shooting our boys. And now he's saying you take out all their equipment and you leave the soldiers. He's so full of shit. It's so obvious.
Abdul, I had conversations with him. After my conversations, not one soldier in 18 months was killed, but you pull the soldiers out last.
After you kissed the ass of the Taliban and did what they wanted, right?
Milley and these guys, we have great generals, but Milley and Mattis and these guys, they didn't know what I call them television generals. The television generals are no good, but the generals that defeated ISIS, for me, were great. We have a great military. But she had the final vote. She had the final say, and she was all for it. You take the soldiers out. If I took that young person right there, about 5 or 6 years old, beautiful young person, and if I said, I gave little details, like about 30 seconds worth of details. Would you take the military out first or last? Sir, I'd take the military out last. But they took it out first. And then we left hostages. We left all of the equipment.
Wait, I don't get it. What is he saying? Wait, what are you taking out first? What is he? I don't understand. At first I thought he was saying they took the soldiers out first, but I would take the soldiers out last.
Everything. And we left Bagram. And
so you take their equipment, is what you're saying. And you think that the Taliban is just going to play nice with you, right? You don't seem to understand that they play the waiting game, same as they always have. They conduct, asymmetric warfare and use the tactics that work in that situation, and they wait for the inevitable that the country that invaded the place that's called the graveyard of empires, they call it that for a reason. We're talking about Afghanistan, right? You've got multiple empires over the years, over many hundreds of years, that have invaded into Afghanistan, and it has never gone well. It has never worked out. You got the Soviet Union. Some people attribute the fall of the Soviet Union to, operations like their invasion of Afghanistan. And you think that you're going to wait the Taliban out. They're going to be like, you know what? We're just going to disband the Taliban. We're going to forget about all that. We're going to do, Western style democracy. We're going to cater to the United States of America, do everything that they want. And, if we just leave them in there for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, how many years do you need to leave them in there for, right? How long do you want this occupation to go on?
China is occupying Bagram, Bagram being 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. Wouldn't it have been nice to have our big, fat, beautiful base? It was probably built there for that reason.
Was it a fat base? Are you all about that base?
China 1 hour away, and now China is occupying that massive, big base. Some of the biggest runways in the world. They can hold heavier loads than any runway.
He's all about those heavy loads.
In the world. Under my leadership, we were getting out of Afghanistan, but we were going to get out with dignity, pride, and with strength.
Oh, you coulda, woulda, shoulda. You were going to. It was going to happen. It was just about to happen. You just didn't have quite enough time, right? You needed 4 years and 3 months to pull out of Afghanistan, but you only got 4 years, so you couldn't do it, I guess.
We had not lost a single service member in the combat in Afghanistan in more than 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where we lost so...
He's got the thick bases, yeah.
And so many were so badly hurt. Arms, legs gone, face just obliterated. We lost so many great people that day. Nobody talks about the people that were so badly injured. They never mention them. I always mention them. All over the world, our adversaries knew that America was not to be trifled with when I was your commander-in-chief. And it's very interesting. If you look at...
Wait, who are these?
Very strong country, very strong leader. Viktor Orban. He said the only thing that's going to save the whole world is...
So yeah, you're talking about a dictator.
We had no...
You're praising a dictator. Is this Pink? Like that's who vouches for him.
I don't use the term, but he did. He said China was afraid of him. Russia was afraid of him. They always said, oh, I was so friendly.
That's like his job reference, right? He's applying for a job. And who's he got as his reference? Viktor Orban. You got a Nazi. You got a fucking fascist, right? That is like, yeah, Trump was really good. Trump was really good. And Trump looks at Viktor Orban and he's like, he's really good. A dictator, right? Which is what he aspires to be, which is what he's planning to be, which is what Project 2025 is all about, making this guy a dictator on day one. That is his offer. I'm sorry, the American people are not interested in your weird little dick games, Donald.
To Russia. I'm the one that stopped the Russian pipeline called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever...
I think there was somebody that stopped Nord Stream 2, but it wasn't Donald. Oh my God. I don't know if I can endorse that, right? But yeah, that pipeline met a pretty terrible end during the Ukraine war.
Biggest development they ever had to feed oil all over Europe. I stopped it. And then Biden comes in and he gives them everything. He gave them the pipeline. They built the pipeline, but I stopped it.
Biden stopped it. I look, we don't have that officially. I can't say that officially, all right? Because officially it's supposed to be like, I don't know who blew up the pipeline. I don't know. It could be, it's like, I don't know. Who was it?
Putin said, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to us. I said, I'm sorry, I have to do it. And he approves it right away. And then they say, Trump was not strong on Russia. I think they got it wrong. Putin actually said, if you weren't strong, I'd like to find out how bad would you be if you were strong, because you were brutal. But, I got along with him. It's good to get along with these countries.
It's good that he gets along with all the dictators, right? It's good to have... It's good to go in a private meeting where you push everybody out of the meeting. You meet with Vladimir Putin in private, right? And I'm sure that everything that you said to him was like, you better do this and you better do that and you better do the other. And it wasn't the other way around. It wasn't Vladimir Putin telling you exactly what to do, right? He is Putin's bitch. This is the President Sunday as President Sunday is to Chud Logic, so is Trump to Putin.
Got along with China.
This is his orbiter. This is Putin's orbiter here.
That wouldn't have happened. What's happening right now, they're planning an attack on Taiwan. There's no question about that. That wouldn't have happened. Wasn't going to happen. They knew that you weren't allowed to do that. Putin would have never gone into Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. It's a sad, sad situation. So many people are dead. So many people are gone. So many cities. You look at Ukraine, those cities are just wiped off the face of the earth. They're outside of Kiev and a couple of others that basically just flattened. Far more people dead than they let you know. It's like your numbers that were released fraudulently today. Far more people dead in that war than anybody would know. When those big buildings come tumbling down, hit with rockets, so ridiculous. There's nothing left.
Yeah, is he anti-China or not?
Ridiculous. But since the Afghanistan catastrophe, it's been open season on America and our allies. I really believe that the Afghan disaster, what happened, the stupidity and the way we pulled out and the bedlam and all of that, it would have been very smooth. We were going to get out with strength and dignity. But when Putin saw that, he said, wow, those people don't know what they're doing. They're overrated. And he went in, and the same thing happened with Iran. Iran was not going to play with us. And now Iran is a rich nation. They have $300 billion. They had no money. And in 3.5 years, they made
Motherfucker. Their assets were frozen by the United States. That was used as leverage to get them to sign a nuclear treaty where they agreed not to take spent fuel and reprocess it into weapons, right? And you blew that deal up. They are no longer a party to that deal. They can do whatever they want with their nuclear fuel. There's no inspectors. There's not shit. He gave it up and he thinks that it's like, but I froze some of their assets. And it's like, oh my God, Trump.
They made $300 billion they have right now. They made it all in 3.5 years. They had none when I left. And we would have made a fair deal with them. They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. You can't.
They did. Obama made that deal. Obama made exactly that deal. That deal was in place. That deal was fucking in place. You blew it up probably because of your donors. That was probably a deal with the Adelsons.
Can't have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, we want you to have great lives. But I do hear they're after me, but, you know, that's the way it is. Look.
Oh, everybody's after him. He speculated that Mexico might have been behind the Republican, the weird little marksman that took a pot shot at him and ended up piercing his cartilage, right? He tried to blame that on Mexico somehow.
I'm here for you, and I'm here even for the world. We want to stop world wars because the equipment is so devastating now. A world war is obliteration. We can't have a world war.
Again, his Abraham Accords have put us in the greatest danger of a world war since the Cold War, right? His policies, his fail son-in-law, his nepotistic diplomacy that literally cut one of the parties out of the negotiations, right? The conflict that's going on right now between Israel and Iran is actually the most dangerous situation. The most likely place for a world war to break out since the Cold War. And it's because of his shitty negotiation, his shitty nepotism, him putting somebody who's not even a diplomat in there to cut Palestinians out of their own negotiation.
Every dictator, tyrant, and terrorist on the planet knows that they can get away with murder under Kamala and Crooked Joe. Kidnappers are getting millions.
Speaking of Kamala,
but now they're getting billions. They're getting billions. What did you get for the 4 people that we released? Sir, they got $6 billion. What is $6 billion?
Chat, let me show you who you could have had as your vice presidential candidate. This is Mark Kelly.
The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be.
So yeah, the vice presidential considerations came down to Mark Kelly,
Launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft.
Josh Shapiro,
As one team,
Tim Waltz.
one mission.
Who am I forgetting? Bashir? Yeah, Bashir.
By voter coming together.
I kind of think she made a good decision.
Is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th,
But yeah, this guy's an astronaut. Kind of boring.
still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need.
Is it too quiet?
Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody.
All right, there we go. There we go. Mark Kelly, famous astronaut that nobody's heard of. I don't know. I don't know. See who's coming up next, and then we'll maybe... Secretary... Oh, it's Leon Panetta. Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Anybody care about Leon Panetta? I don't care. I also am getting sick of this Trump shit.
Hello and welcome to What Now?
Okay, so we're going to ask a very important question now, chat. Nobody voted for Kamala. Why is she the nominee? Why is it Kamala?
With me, Lee Miller. Every Wednesday we talk about an important current event, and yes, I got a new t-shirt. Thank you for noticing. Is not inherently undemocratic, nor is it particularly odd for Western democracies, nor is it...
Okay, let's get that again.
Here's today's headline. Kamala Harris's ascent to the Democratic nominee is not inherently undemocratic, nor is it particularly odd for Western democracies, nor is it unconstitutional, nor is it even unprecedented. Now, if it pleases the court, I'll lay out my argument. So the DNC is happening right now in downtown Chicago. That's the Democratic National Convention, if you're out of the loop. And frankly, it's been pretty run-of-the-mill. Like, it's cool to see this level of excitement from people for the first time in a while, but it feels largely business as usual. Not much to report, which, like, honestly, thank God. Very ready for some precedented times. It also makes sense that the RNC was more noteworthy because they are a bunch of weirdos over there, so there just were more moments from the RNC that were major head scratchers.
When they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough.
You know, I don't think I talked about this at the time, but like there is a connection between the Trump-Vance campaign and the Hulkster, right? But go with me because it takes a little explaining. Peter Thiel, who was J.D. Vance's boss for a while, who J.D. Vance is very much connected to, and a lot of people hypothesize is the reason that J.D. Vance was selected, right? Peter Thiel has a lot of money. Trump needs money. His campaign is running out of money. He's got a lot of legal bills, right? Bringing J.D. Vance on gives him access to that Silicon Valley money that Peter Thiel's got, right? So there's Peter Thiel, right? If you don't know Peter Thiel, he is a gay man, and he was part of a political operation that was doing some very anti-gay stuff. That was you know, sort of lobbying in a very anti-LGBT kind of way. Right? He got outed as being gay by a magazine called Gawker. And, you know, specifically because he is having sex with men while he is promoting a political operation to take away gay rights, right? Pretty hypocritical. But Gawker's not the hero of justice or anything like that. Gawker's just like a weird tabloid website. But they did come with the receipts on Peter Thiel, and they outed him as being, a closeted, self-hating gay guy, right? So this burned Peter Thiel up. This made him really mad. He would never forgive Gawker. And when Gawker went forward with, I think, a sex tape of Hulk Hogan, I think this might have been before all the racist revelations, like all of his, N-word tapes were released. Hogan was mad at them, right? But he didn't have the funds to be able to go after a large media organization like Gawker. In comes Peter Thiel with his grudge against Gawker and finances the Hulkamaniacs case against Gawker. And with Peter Thiel's help, with Peter Thiel's money, the Hulkster sues Gawker into oblivion. It no longer existed. It was a very popular publication. And it no longer exists because of the legal action by the Hulk. What's his name? Terry something or I can't remember what his name is, but whatever his real name is, the Hulkamaniac, right? Sued Gawker into non-existence, and Peter Thiel was happy to do that because he held a grudge. He never wanted to be outed. He wanted to continue to be closeted and meanwhile like attack other gay people. So I mean that's the connection between Hulk Hogan and J.D. Vance. It's through Peter Thiel. It's a weird network of people, honestly.
We become totally
Oh God, was this the guy with the dog?
unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November.
Baby dog? Or baby doll, whatever her name. Yeah. Oh my God, scared. I wonder if Melania flicks his ear when they're alone.
But over at the DNC, things are...
Is it baby dog?
But the DNC is where they are ceremonially handing the nomination to Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, who I recently did a whole video on. You can go check it out after this. And I've seen this question come up a few times in my comment section, and actually my sister called me on the phone, and she's one of very few people who I'll agree to speak to on the phone.
Chat.
Because I hate phone calls, but for her, I'll allow it. And
I'm watching this video with you, questioning why is Kamala the candidate? Why is Kamala the nominee when literally nobody voted for her in the primary? She didn't even run in the primary, right? Because I hear this all the time from my chat on YouTube Shorts, right? I have a lot of right-wingers that come in and they try to say this is undemocratic, this is a coup, Joe Biden was pushed out, nobody voted for her, this is like a power grab by the Democrats, or something along those lines, right? So since I kept on getting that question over and over again, I thought I'd show you a little Legia Miller. We never really watch Legia's videos, but here's one, and it goes into detail about this exact question.
she asked me this question too. How is Harris the nominee even though we didn't vote for her? How is that democratic? And I think it's a fair question, especially right when Biden stepped down, there was a lot of hand-wringing over her legitimacy and whether the electorate would accept her as the nominee, even though she didn't primary and even though she did run in 2020 and crashed and burned before her campaign was really even off the ground. And her presumptive nominee status has injected so much very needed life and excitement into this party, excitement we haven't seen since the Obama years. So that's been thrilling. And I think a lot of people are honestly, I don't give two flying farts in space whether we voted explicitly for her in the primary. I'm just happy to feel something other than doom again. But I think it's still an important question to answer, especially for people who are concerned with the legitimacy of her candidacy in a way that it'll be a deciding factor in their vote. So let's talk about it. Y'all, I love bread. I am thrilled to say my partner on today's video is Wild Grain, the first bake for a buttery, delicious RT. Free croissants. Roll call like this isn't a call to kind of redo the vote with more pomp and circumstance, but it's been done for a couple weeks at this point. Doing a virtual roll call like this isn't typical for the DNC, but they determined long before Biden dropped out that they were going to have to do this before the DNC because Ohio has a pesky little deadline on August 7th. August 7th is Ohio's deadline to file for the general election ballot. So if you don't have your nominee picked yet, you can't file for the general election, and the Democratic nominee just wouldn't appear on the ballot in Ohio. For years, that deadline has been modified to accommodate late summer nominating conventions, but this year, a bunch of Ohio Republicans were like, nah, we don't think we'll let you change it. Very petty, not very mindful. Not very demure. Ceremonial roll calls at the DNC have been a part of the ritual for 200 years at this point. But for
Blue Hogan,
it was unclear going into the convention who the nominee would ultimately be. It's only been for the last 40 years or so that a presumptive nominee emerges long before the DNC, making the roll call at the convention a formality more than anything else. But let's back up. We get the rules for how to elect a US president from the Constitution. Nowhere in the Constitution is there anything about primaries to select the nominees for each party. In fact, the framers of the Constitution did not conceive of a two-party system the way we know it now. Article 2, Section 1 refers to the actual election of the president, like the one we do in November. It says, each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress, but no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be...
I want to point this out, that is a very undemocratic way of the Electoral College operating. Now, when we talk about, I guess you call them anti-majoritarian elements in the United States government, often we talk about the Senate and the fact that every state, whether it be New York State or whether it be Alaska, whether it have a lot of people in it or a few people in it, every single state gets 2 senators, right? The Congress is, demarcated proportionally, but the Senate is, every state, just being a state gets you 2 senators, basically. But what the Electoral College is doing, as you're seeing, number of electors is equal to the whole numbers of senators and representatives. So in other words, it's like a combination. So whereas the, you could look at the House as being majoritarian and the Senate as being anti-majoritarian. The electors are somewhere in the middle, but if you are the kind of person that believes in one person, one vote, like that's not very democratic, right? That is still giving the smaller states a disproportional, weight. And in our current political system, where larger states tend to, vote left and smaller states, not entirely, Texas votes kind of down the middle, but slightly to the right. Florida's a pretty big state, votes to the right usually, right? So not entirely, but for the most part, right? You got your Californias, your New Yorks, those are the 2 biggest states in the country, and they are voting left. So in essence, what this functions as is generally like a curve, a boost, a handicap for the Republicans. Not very democratic, right? But no, people are worried about Kamala Harris being nominated, right? That's what's not democratic. How did she didn't get any votes in the primary. That's not democratic. Is this a coup? Is this undemocratic? I mean, like your whole fucking system is undemocratic right here. There is a movement, you might be glad to know, to resolve the issue with the discrepancy between the popular vote and the vote of the and the Electoral College, right? And that would work like this: if enough states signed on, if enough states to be worth 270 electoral votes, which is a majority, were to sign on to a plan that a lot of states have already signed on to, but if a few more would sign on to it, then what they would agree to do then would be to cast all of their 270 plus votes for the candidate that wins the popular vote, right? So it's a deal between these states to try to overcome the anti-democratic nature of the Electoral College, but it's not quite there yet, and it may be a tough lift, but there is at least a plan to try to do something about this.
Appointed an elector. So you get electors equal to the number of senators your state has, plus the number of representatives your state has. And how those electors are picked will be determined by each independent state legislature. Notice the underlined part. The rest of that section was then changed by the 12th Amendment, which lays out the process of the Electoral College, which we won't get too deep into because, again, that's for the actual national vote in November. Please note that nowhere in the Constitution is there ever mentioned a popular vote to elect the president, let alone to elect the presidential candidates. Most democratic nations on earth elect their presidents and leaders by direct popular vote. That is not how our system is set up. And because how these electors are chosen is left to the states, there's been a truly dizzying array of ways that states have done this over the centuries, from novel forms of districting to the state legislature just choosing the electors without any vote at all. Today, 48 states hold popular elections with a winner-take-all outcome. Whoever wins the most votes in the state gets all the electoral votes in that state. Maine and Nebraska award electors by congressional district. But again, that's just for the national presidential vote.
So you remember when we look at the board, the electoral college map, we always see that every state is just whole and it's got a number on it, the number of electors that it casts, right? Except for Nebraska and Maine, which you'll see apportioned, right? Nebraska's got, a big district, and then it's got a smaller district surrounding like a urban area, and that urban area itself is a district, right? So you've got the at-large, which apportions 2 votes. You've got District 1 that apportions 1 vote, and you've got District 2 that apportions another vote, right? Whereas as Maine, you've got, a north and a south district, and an at-large. So the at-large is 2 votes, and the north is 1 vote, and the south is 1 vote. So those two are a little different. But again, it's kind of left to the states.
November. There are no guardrails around our 2-party system, in the Constitution at least, and choosing official nominees for each major party is a process left entirely up to the powers that be within the party system, so those at the top of the DNC and the RNC. So prior to the 20th century, there were no primary elections to elect presidential nominees. The major parties held their own nominating conventions, and at those conventions, they picked who they wanted to be their official nominee that they would back going into the election in November. In fact, actively campaigning for the nomination was actually seen as kind of tacky. Like, you can write letters and shake hands behind the scenes, but the party should come to you. Campaigning seemed, frankly, a little desperate. And this led to widely unpredictable results that would be pretty unthinkable with the way that our nomination process works today. For example, in 1880, James Garfield, this fucking guy that's been on your screen, gave a speech at the Republican National Convention endorsing John Sherman to be the nominee, but the delegates were so moved by his speech that they were like, fuck John Sherman, we nominate James Garfield. And then he went on to be the president of the United States. Presidential primary votes became a thing in the early 20th century. And even during much of the 20th century, the primaries weren't very important. They were only held in 10 to 15 states and were mainly just a way for the National Convention delegates to test out the potential candidates' popularity before officially nominating them. Instead of popular votes, the National Convention delegates, the people sent to the convention by their state, were mainly chosen by state party leaders at state conventions. This is why, prior to the 1970s, it was always a toss-up going into the national conventions who would come out as the presidential nominee for each party. And those conventions involved a lot of schmoozing and politicking as potential candidates tried to win over the delegates, who would then officially make their choice on the...
So yeah, the first president, George Washington, did not want... Now, that's actually a really good question. A really good historical question is, how was the first election run, right? I'm actually really curious about that myself, right? But George Washington, the first American president, was famously against political parties, and this is what they were at first, right? Literal, like, back rooms with smoke-filled, back rooms where they influential, powerful people meet together and they decide, like, who's going to run for president.
Floor of the convention. The importance of state primaries grew with the election of 1960, when Kennedy made a strong showing in voter-driven state primaries. And the final blow to the old-school convention process came in 1968 at the DNC that many people are comparing to this year's DNC. They were both held in Chicago during turbulent times in the Democratic Party. Both had prominent Minnesotans among the nominees. Both met with anti-war protesters in the streets, though in 1968 that was a lot more violent for sure. Robert F. Kennedy Sr. ran in state primaries but was assassinated just prior to the DNC in 1968, leaving the nomination very much up in the air. Minnesota Senator Eugene McCarthy, who was against the Vietnam War, had won the most popular votes in the primaries, but Minnesota Senator Hubert Humphrey, who supported the Vietnam War, ended up getting the most delegate votes, despite the fact that he had not ran in the state primaries. He then lost handily to Nixon. Woof. This led to reforms of the nomination process to ensure that more voters had a direct role in choosing political nominees. Like, it's probably better to test them out a bit more thoroughly on the national stage first, you know? And those reforms happened at the party level.
So I wonder if we're going to talk about 1980, where the Democrats decided they kind of had enough of that, right? They didn't want to test out their incumbents anymore.
Reforms were made.
Just like you might want to test out your Twitch Prime if you want to avoid the top of the hour ad break. That's one way that you can get out of the Twitch ads, which last for 3 minutes and happen every hour on the hour. That is one way that you can get out of that for free. You can also get out of it for $6 by buying yourself a sub, or possibly for free again by if you are lucky enough to be gifted a sub. But again, you're more likely to get that sub gifted to you if you're active in the chat.
To the Democratic Party's own nominating rules. So really, when you vote in a primary election, you're voting for who you want the state's slate of delegates to choose. But who are these mysterious delegates? Each state determines how delegates are selected. In general, they're screened by party leadership, they're longtime Democrats, and they are acceptable to the winner of that state's primary. So when Biden won the Democratic primary in New Jersey, for example, those 146 delegates were chosen by Biden's campaign and New Jersey Democratic Party leadership. The number of delegates from each state is determined by a number of factors, generally based on population and the strength of the political party within the state. And when those delegates are promised to Biden, but Biden drops out, they're then free agents. But free agents chosen by party leadership and campaign leadership of the candidate that voters originally voted.
So yeah, do you see how this works? The voters in the primaries and the caucus choose a candidate. It is, in the sense of the primaries, fairly similar to what we think of as your standard Democratic, process, right? But when it comes to caucuses, it's actually a little different. If you've ever been to a caucus, you know what I mean, right? It's a strange thing where you meet in literal caucuses, little groups of people, and you can make a pitch. I did a caucus for Bernie Sanders and tried to talk some Biden bots out of supporting Biden. And then you end up voting at the end of that, and that tells you where the votes are apportioned. But it's fairly democratic. There are some moves you can make, right? I mean, it's democratic. It's more like a board. It's like a tabletop game sort of democracy at a caucus. But regardless, they're fairly close. They correspond, I guess, with people's desires for the candidate. So the candidate wins a certain number of delegates and then chooses those delegates out of the people that attended the caucus and then agree to come to submit the votes for those and then run for district. It's this whole process, right? Where, there's some potential people, voted for, and then they get, I don't know, it's a very complicated process actually. But so in other words, like, just to simplify this, right? Voters choose candidate chooses delegates choose candidate. So in this case, voters choose uncommitted a little bit, Dean Phillips a little bit, Marianne Williamson. I don't think she got any delegates, did she? I don't think. Yeah, Marianne did not fare very well, right? But and then the delegates, the delegates are apportioned. The candidates choose the delegates. So Biden chooses, and the party leaders and, this whole party apparatus chooses the delegates. And the idea is that, like, these are going to be people who will be faithful, right? That's the term that they use to describe you're faithful if you are selected, because of people voting for Biden, and you go to the convention and vote for Biden. there's also the chance of being faithless. Somebody slips in there, sneaks in there, and they're like, ha ha, I'm going to Ron Paul. I don't know. They choose somebody else, right? And so, but for the most part, because of the nature of how they're chosen, most of the delegates remain faithful to who they're supposed to vote for. Now, here's what happens where it gets weird, right? Biden wins the most delegates. Biden and the party choose the delegates that are supposed to represent Biden, and for the most part will, but then Biden drops out. So then those delegates selected by Biden, these particular delegates, not just any delegates, not just random people, right? They're these particular people. They're people that the party can count on to do what's right. So they're a little bit, they've gotten a taste of being on the inside of party politics. Let's just put it that way. They're less likely to be outsiders. They're less likely to be starry-eyed Bernie supporters and more likely to be people that approve of and are approved of by the party institution. And then those are the people that place the vote. So now in this case, you've got a whole bunch of people chosen by Biden. Biden's not running. Who do you choose? And a conversation starts in the country, in the media. A discourse, if you will, starts. And during that discourse, most people come to the conclusion that the best option is Kamala Harris. And kind of like as a result, most people that are delegates also come to that conclusion. And Kamala is selected. So yeah, it's not any more it's not any more non-democratic than just your average political operation.
So they're likely to follow the cues from the campaign and party leadership, which is exactly what happened when Biden endorsed Harris and his thousands of delegates quickly coalesced behind her. Again, this is not something governed by Congress or the Constitution. This is all made up by the parties. And the Supreme Court has upheld that political parties control the nominating process. So they call the shots, for better or for worse. But given all this, I think that there are strong arguments to support the idea that Harris's selection as the Democratic nominee is not fundamentally undemocratic. First of all, 80% of eligible voters don't participate in primaries. For all the bloviating we do about who is or is not given a chance to actually run for president, most of us don't show up when it counts. How democratic could a process be to begin with when only 20% of voters even bother to show up? Secondly, for those of us who did show up, the majority voted for the Biden campaign, who helped select the delegates. So in an indirect way, we did vote for the people who eventually nominated Harris. But let's remove...
Yeah, and if you got to complain about that, right? So in other words, these are like Biden voters. Like if anybody's being disenfranchised, it's Biden voters. And the Biden voters selected Biden, who dropped out. And then the people that the party selects to be the representatives of who the voters voted for, they're the ones that make the choice now. We don't have Biden. We can't choose Biden. Who shall we choose instead? And they choose Kamala. So yeah, again, it's,
over our heads from our own asses for a second and look outside the US. 65 of the world's 125 democracies elect their head of state, usually a president, through direct popular vote. However, in 69 democracies, over half, the head of state, whether a president or an unelected constitutional monarch, functions mainly in a ceremonial role, while the actual executive power in those countries resides with the head of government, typically a prime minister. And that prime minister, which again is the head of the democratically elected government, is often selected by voters voting for a party, and then the winning party then appoints the prime minister, who is usually the party head, but that person is not directly elected by the people. Party leaders are chosen from within the party itself by internal processes. The reason why this works and is not inherently anti-democratic is, at least in theory, because voters are still voting for a party, a set of ideals, and a platform. And a lot of times, those party leaders are elected officials in other areas of government where the popular vote does play a larger role, like in Congress, Parliament, or state and regional elections. Also, there is in those other countries...
Look, I will say this, okay? It is, if not, our system is, if not democratic, democrat-ish, right? It's somewhat something in the direction of that. It's a weird way. It's like the dono goal. It's unwieldy. It's overly complicated, and it doesn't fucking make sense. Chat, it's basically like the dono goal. Look at that, 8% towards the dono goal. If we hit 100%, then we will get extra content. What extra content? It's your choice. You can choose violence. You can choose Swifties. You can choose Elon and his debacle on AI copyright infringement, something that he very well may be taken to court for, or Tim Waltz's taco recipe, which may or may not be mayo-based. All right? Or Fallout New Vegas. Or you could say, if I scroll down here, Vox Populi, in which what you're really saying is that you trust the voters who are right now, at the very moment that we're speaking, choosing violence once again. Once again, they want me to go after President Tuesday. Whatever his name is. Whatever that guy's name is. Okay. Swifties for Trump at 29%, Elon's copyright infringement at 17%, and Tim Waltz's mayonnaise tacos at only 10%. It's not very appetizing. It's not, people are not choosing that one. But you can choose whichever one you want to. And also make sure when you donate that you tell me which one you choose, and I will put your money where your mouth is, which is right up here in the topic of your choice. All right. So is that democratic? I mean, not entirely. Not entirely. It's Democrat-ish. There is a vote that takes place. It does matter. You can vote right now if you go to the full-scale stream, regardless of what stream you're on right now. And all I ask is that you leave a like while you're there. But it is Democrat-ish. It is in the it's in the general direction, the general neighborhood, if you will, of democracy, if not on the street or the address of democracy, right? It's close. It's close. But think about it this way, right? We've literally got money involved in this choice, and that is the choice of the donos. They have a disproportional effect on the outcome of our democracy. And while they don't entirely decide it themselves, they do generally steer it in the direction that it ends up going. Are you sensing any familiarity to the American system? It's a lot like that. And if we wanted to minimize the anti-democratic nature of this, or the exploitability, let's just say, because think about it this way, the chat, right? Bosch has got a lot of money. He could come into this chat right now and he could be like, I donate $500 for Waltz's mayo tacos. And even though only 10% of you are voting for those mayo tacos, Vosh is $500. That's an insurmountable lead right there, right? So it's exploitable. And if we wanted it not to be exploitable, we would simplify it as much as possible. So in other words, voting with one person getting one vote in a manner that is easy, in a manner that does not cause you to have to leave your home and find a specific place and, you know, stand in line for 8 hours, right? If we just kind of just like voted, and it was like most of us, because there were people to vote for, people that you could be excited about, things that you wanted to achieve for yourself that you could get through better laws on the books, it would be better. It would be better. And you would get what you want. Instead of party officials, lobbyists, donors, and the rest getting what they want. So there you go.
I think, an inherent understanding that the party comes over the individual politicians, or should at least, which I think would save a lot of fucking headaches in cases where extremist populist candidates like Trump are able to use their personality to win over voters who I think if they were actually well informed would not vote for the platform he's promoting, given that it's usually against their own self-interest. But they like him. They think he tells it like it is. They trust him with the economy because they think, hey, well, he's rich, he's done deals, he gets it. The reality is that the president, while at least symbolically calling the shots in many cases, with the power to issue executive orders, etc., is not the one really making all the decisions. There are advisors, lawyers, party officials, congresspeople in the president's ear advising them on how to make decisions and ultimately pulling the strings. Do you think Biden came up with the idea for Supreme Court reform all on his own? They are weekend at Bernie'sing him to the finish line, but even if he wasn't on death's doorstep, presidential speeches are written by other people. Proposed bills are written by other people. Policy platforms are written by other people. The vast majority of regulations are not directly overseen by the president, despite being part of the executive branch. Usually, nothing a president does isn't first vetted by a group of advisors. And that's why Trump's tweets from the White House shitter while he was president were so audacious. That's not how the presidency typically operates. So I think it's misplaced to think that the only way selecting a president can be truly democratic is through a direct primary election to select the candidate. Because whoever ultimately ends up in the White House not only has to go through an electoral college nightmare in November that can subvert the popular vote anyway, but also they're not up there coming up with original ideas and making it up themselves as they go. Electing a party that generally aligns with the direction you want this country to go in is the strategic way to ensure that policies will generally align with your values. And if they don't, and you want something to change, then you're usually not going to be writing a letter to the President of the United States about it. You're contacting your representatives, who you did directly elect at both the local and national levels, to push them in the direction you want them to go in and keep them accountable. There's a tacit understanding that appealing directly to the president is not how change actually happens, because they're not the ones calling all the shots. This is how democracy generally functions today. The president just sits at the top of the ticket and helps us coalesce around the party and the platform. I think if more people got that, then Democrats wouldn't have the same argument every 4 years about whether the individual at the top of the ticket.
No, I wonder though about people that do get the president's ear, because again, with the right amount of power and connection and clout, like, you know, Elon gets to talk to the president. The former president listened to what Elon had to say quite a bit. But like, there's got to be also, like, can you imagine, right? You're president, and there's probably some people that like want to talk to you and have the power to call enough favors where you sort of have to talk to them, but you don't give a fuck what they have to say. And your job then, as the president of the United States, is just to sit there and nod as a potentially out of touch, unhinged, rich person just bloviates at you. And you're like, well, we'll take that into consideration. Yeah, no, that is I hadn't thought of that before. Thank you for bringing this up with me. It's been really nice to talk to you. I hope your kids are okay. Say hi to your wife for me. All right, bye. Right? Like, you just want to get them out of there. Right? I mean, unless they really do have the kind of clout where you got to be like, okay, we're putting jelly beans in the dispensers at the post office now. I guess that's what he wants.
Perfectly aligns with our values. That's not possible when you have to exist with over 300.
Oh yeah, Polish Lavender says that Trump 2024 feels a lot like Hillary 2016. He is, making some of those same mistakes. Exactly.
100 million other people, and there are only 2 parties that can actually win the presidency. You will never perfectly align with the nominee, given the reality we live in. Politics, for better or for worse, is ultimately about strategy, not about moral absolutism.
Who is this guy?
In fact, voters were regularly saying they didn't want Joe Biden.
Roy Cooper, okay.
While begrudgingly going to the primary polls this year and voting for him.
Let's take a look at what Roy Cooper is doing. This is the president. This is the governor of North Carolina. This is so quiet, too. Is it too quiet?
My home state of North Carolina.
They're very quiet.
Stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up.
What is he doing?
Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand
Arizona. Stand up, America.
He's calling the roll.
Are we going to stand up?
This is really exciting. There you go. There's your democracy.
Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
Okay. So that could have been the vice president. Let's call him the, I don't know, 5th place contender, 6th place contender. Okay, we are not risking the biscuiting again, right? We are definitely going to skip that for something more exciting. Like Donald Trump on Theo Vaughn. Let's go.
I have some tour dates to tell you about. I'll be in.
I don't care, Theo. I don't care about your music.
Like, yeah, what's something?
I only care about the Trumpster.
Cool.
I have zero expectations for this. Can anybody help me out with this? People complaining about the DNC's internal party politics should really look at the absolute clown show that is the RNC. Yeah, look, I mean, there's something to complain about our whole system. Don't get me wrong. But to take this in particular and be like, no, this is the problem. This was too far. How dare you put Kamala Harris in there as president when no one voted for her? The delegates who were released to vote their conscience after Joe Biden withdraws should obligatorily vote for Dean Phillips as the winner of, I think, like 2 delegates? Am I right? It's very few. It's a very low number, right? But he did win some delegates. I think he was the 2nd place finisher, technically, right? Is that more democratic? Do they rerun the primary in every state? What do they do? What do they do? What is the correct answer, right? And I think that the correct answer, because remember who's asking the question, who's the question being on behalf of whom is the question being asked, in other words, and the answer is Donald Trump, right? This is about Donald Trump thinking that he can run his election against sleepy Joe Biden and then having that opponent yoinked out from under him when he's pretty much at the point of being sure that he's going to win this thing. And now he's got a real contender. And she is scary. She is spooky. She is gaining points every week. And when he thinks, okay, well, I mean, we've caught up, maybe does it stop here? Nope. It doesn't stop there, Donald. I'm sorry. She goes right ahead. She goes right ahead and she gains the lead. And that is not something that he likes. And so this is his reaction. Joe Biden was pushed out in a coup, in an undemocratic thing. The Democrats are acting in an authoritarian manner because the delegates who were released to vote their conscience, they said their conscience was Kamala Harris. And how can that possibly be? How can that possibly be democratic? And it's literally the choice of the fucking primary voters, right? If you did have them vote again, that is who they would vote for. In this case, it is not a situation where something is being undermined, subverted, or stolen. It is just the next choice.
He has, and he's getting set to go in the fall. Good college, a very good one.
So we're talking about Barron. Oh, joy. Oh, freaking joy. That is exactly what I want to do. Talk about the former president's family.
He was always a very good student. He's smart guy.
Which one of your kids, what's something you admire about?
Okay, wait, no, Theo Vaughn. Okay, so chat, help me out with this. Theo Vaughn. Somebody tell me something about Theo Vaughn. What is up with this guy? Like, I literally don't fucking have any preconceptions here. All right. He's like, is he a comedian?
Which one of your sons?
Well,
Like, what is his deal?
John is a hunter. He's a great, great hunter, and knows everything about that world and guns and all.
And shooting endangered species and
He was
hunting animals into extinction.
the first one that said, "Dad, boy."
Polish Lavender says Theo Vaughn operates like a 5 brain cells. 5 brain cells. That's a lot. That's more than me. A lot of the time, a comedian or a podcaster. Okay, so seriously, stand up, right? Stand up. That's his thing. Then he got big doing stand up, right? Is that am I getting this correctly? I don't want to. I mean, it's not a country.
Just to get through the spelling of that word.
That's right. A lot of people.
Yeah.
Would it have been Czechoslovakia when they were doing that?
But so he'd go. They'd spend time in Europe, and they'd do that. That's where he learned a lot about both of them.
Siri says he's salty about the money spent on Sleepy Joe's ads. Yeah, likely. Wait, so more podcast stuff. Well, I mean, like, what kind of podcast are we talking about? Like a Joe Rogan style, where you're mostly meeting with guests and you try to stay out of their way? That kind of podcast? Or are we talking about like the Adam Friedland type of podcast, where you make intricate jokes with layers of cultural relevant references from across the year, somehow having Eric Clapton want to occupy someone else's body as the controller of the person, like to go into their my God. I'm not gonna go into this fucking reference. I shouldn't go into this reference. Retelling the jokes of a podcast like the Adam Friedland podcast that I was about to mention the name of, but I will resist the urge. Yeah, Demon Mama will call me a joke thief if I do that. That's what'll happen. I'll get the joke scold again.
That's Don and that's Eric.
Yeah, they're funny.
Oh yeah,
I came this close though.
Humor too. Like whenever I see them at UFC, it's like
it's really funny. The fact that it seems like you could retell the joke that is told on a podcast, like on your own stream, in order to convey the humor, rather than just bringing up the bit myself and exposing you to Nick Mullen. Why did I think he was going to say, you talk about a great guy, think about the great Gatsby. The late, great Gatsby. I'm sorry, chat. I'm so entertained by this guy. Not Aiden Ross was cringe. Wait, doesn't like Hassan like this guy? Isn't this somebody that Hassan always glazes up? I also used to love Rogan. Like, seriously love Rogan, or like in a joke? Because I love Rogan in like in a meme sort of way, right? Like, I love that he exists. I don't like that somebody like him has as much power as he does, but he is entertaining in a goofy kind of way.
And didn't expect that same.
This guy's really goofy, really freaking goofy.
But he oftentimes.
Yeah, what was the first? Do you remember like the first fight that you ever went to? Whether it was UFC.
Chat. Why didn't you tell me?
And the importance.
Why didn't you tell me?
As you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote A direct quote. I grew up.
This is a bit of a contrast to Theo Von.
My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day
It needs to be louder.
everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did.
So we've heard
This is one of the reasons
other people recount this story
to
of
protect
her.
people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination.
There she goes.
Of the United States of America.
So there's a few moments where I almost felt like I perceived some nervousness on her part, but whatever it was, she wrote it out. And
our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
There's Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi, or Newscum, as Trump calls him.
And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me. to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens.
Now, I have noticed so far
and has common sense.
We're not getting into any issues. We're talking about history, personality,
from the
character
to the White House. That has been my life.
Resume. We haven't touched on, as far as I've heard, unless there was earlier, right? We haven't touched on policy.
For women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation.
Getting warmer. Getting warmer.
I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges.
Okay.
Workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due. For seniors.
Oh my God.
Facing elder
Cherry Bread TV.
I fought against
Luby.
the who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety
She's there for you.
of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for.
Damn. So again, chat, I'm not getting overly optimistic about
America's future.
the policies that
Fellow Americans,
I would like to see, but
is not only the most important of our lives,
she does really seem like she's got this.
of the most important in the life of our nation.
I would love to hear her say something about Gaza, even if it was not
An unserious man.
anything of substance.
But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider.
Okay, so she's broached the subject of Trump now.
And calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider,
She's hitting him where it hurts as far as that goes, right?
if we give him power again, consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol.
But they're a beautiful choir.
Intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy.
Don't disparage the J6 choir, Kamala.
To deploy our
They're really nice people.
Against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. Forward to a future with a strong
So people in chat are echoing what I said earlier.
strong middle class has always
Will she say anything about Palestine?
America's success, and building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Hasn't been a lot of policy. There hasn't been. I mean, there's some through the negation of what Donald Trump wants to do,
Personal for me, the middle class.
and through her.
My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare.
So there's some policy.
To Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class.
She bumped the microphone.
Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds.
There's a moment. There's a moment.
And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women.
Yuli Kitten, I hope you don't think that I expect perfection
Reproductive freedom
from my political presidential candidates.
I will proudly sign it into law.
On the contrary, I am surprised when I see decency from presidential candidates.
Many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The
Andrew
freedom
Brindley says,
to love openly and with pride.
the same people that complain about immigrants and unemployed people are the same ones standing in front of Planned Parenthood attempting to take away others' freedoms. Imagine having that much free time.
And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security.
You literally are, though. Oh my God, that's what this is.
As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
She's being strident about taking up a Trumpian policy, adopting Trump's policy.
We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
USA, is that what we're hearing? Great.
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies.
It's normal to be nervous, says Michael. Yeah, you're right.
Whatever the hell they want.
She was only showing nervousness, though, for a moment. I met
with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. President, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
Sorry. Like 9 months ago.
And let me be clear, I will always
was the time
stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable.
There's a mixed reaction.
And the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate.
Again, the way to
over and over again, the scale of suffering.
The way to get a ceasefire and the way to do what's right by the people in Gaza is through conditioning, at the very least, conditioning arms on
the suffering
securing the ceasefire.
people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Look, she's trying to check all the boxes, but I don't like what I hear overall. This does not bode well.
I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Yeah, what about Netanyahu?
Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
Yeah, the problem is it actually sounded like there was more coming from Biden in at least an attempt to express understanding for protesters, for the uncommitted movement.
I love our country.
As bad as Biden's is, and as much as there are reasons to think that maybe she might be better, you're not hearing it from what she's saying.
I see a nation that is
she's not even matching what Biden offered.
Ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country, anything is possible. That nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And
that is the Pod Johns. That is some Pod Save America.
In this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are.
So again, overall, like, the speech bodes well for her chance to win. There is some awkwardness, there is some weirdness, but so far she's leaned into that. Bumping the microphone is relatable.
Compassion, dignity.
Oh my gosh, I'm almost like bumping Waluigi when I do that. That's not a good look, is it? No. That's the...
are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our
Yuli Kitten, you're right that Trump would, go after protesters 100%. And be worse, but
optimism and faith to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold.
I'm not saying that she's not, it's not worth it to
that comes with
strategically vote to keep Donald Trump from winning, but I was hoping for more.
privilege and pride of being an American.
I have reason to think that she might be better than Biden on this. But there are so many of her beliefs that are changing right now. So much of what she's saying,
Let's vote for
she said, you know, that's good in the past that she's taking back at this point.
the next great
And everyone around her is telling her to do that.
extraordinary story ever told.
You can't be against fracking.
Bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
You can't be for defunding the police, right? You can't be for Medicare for all. That's too much. You got to take that back, Kamala. And so far, she is. Oh, chat. I did it again. I did it again. Yell at me, chat. You have my permission. Every time I leave the volume on while copyright music plays, you have my permission to yell at me. That is yell at your streamer time. That is your strike back, right? You get to yell at me, okay? Is that a deal? Is that a pinky swear? Chat? Can we pinky swear on it? Pink replaced Beyonce, huh? There's Waltz. See, they're goofy. The thing is, the Republicans are weird and the Democrats are goofy. But I kind of think that that goofy works here. Am I wrong, chat? I don't want to jinx anything, right? But I think Goofy wins in 2024. I did a Britney Spears? What was I? What did I do that's a Britney Spears? Or is it like the oops, I did it again reference? I feel like I should put some music on. You know what? Maybe I should just have like creator music whenever whenever I'm watching this stuff, because otherwise I end up leaving it on too long and hearing a bit of music from that I'm not licensed to use. Unlike this stuff. Which I can use anytime I want. Thank you, YouTube. No, seriously, thank you, YouTube. All right, there we go, chat. There's your Democratic Party National Convention of 2024. You've got balloons. You've got flags. We got a little bit of hope that something might be better, or at least not as bad as it could be. I don't know. But yeah, definitely not anything that is like truly inspiring, right? I do feel like she's got the ability to win this election. I do feel like somehow their personalities outmatch Trump and Vance. But I'm not going to get my hopes too high as far as policy. And some of the stuff that I really wanted to hear from her, it just came through as a mixed message, and highly mixed, right? You want to talk about, you know, like she's mentioning the stuff that sounds like it's from the first draft of history on October 7th, right? So in other words, kind of mixed with a lot of propaganda. And, you know, she mentions things that were used as an excuse to attack the Palestinian people. But she never mentions that some of those other things, some of those same things were confirmed to have been done to the Palestinian people. This is like, you know, she talks about sexual violence, right? Israel just had a January 6th style event to do what? To achieve what? To keep their soldiers that were guilty of assault of that nature from facing any sort of justice. Like, it is in no way, you know, her both sidesism is not equally weighed. But yeah, I was kind of hoping that Biden was a little bit of an aberration. Like, obviously the Democrats aren't good on these issues, but Biden has just been horrible. Like, Biden is the worst person that could have been, one of the worst Democrats that could have been in power as far as the conflict in Gaza and how that's gone, right? Biden is somebody that's just aligned himself 100% with the mission of So I was hoping that the change from Biden to Kamala would at least be some positive change as far as that, but I don't know now. I really don't know. Like I said, she has said some really good things in the past. She has taken some really bold stances in the past, but at this moment, she is being asked to etch a sketch and say those were all primary positions, and they were, presidentially speaking, right? As far as stuff she said in 2020, those were all primary positions that she took as a primary candidate. And she is very swiftly jettisoning a lot of what was good about her in the first place. Now, obviously, you know, based on her, you know, background being, you know, part of law enforcement as the DA and Attorney General, there's a lot to worry about it in terms of whether she's able and willing to take on those institutions. But I'd hoped at least on, you know, this particular issue of international relations that maybe you'd see something better from Kamala. And if, you know, she's got it, she's holding it close to her chest. I guess that's the most hope I can give you. She's going to change something. If she's going to do something different, she is doing it subtly and behind the scenes, because the Kamala that, you know, is appearing at the Democratic Convention is just... Like, is she better than Joe Biden? I guess. She, you know, in terms of what she said, like what she said today is better than what Joe Biden said 7 months ago. But it doesn't even seem significantly better than what Joe Biden said when he addressed the convention, right? Remember, he mentioned the protesters. Like, he referred to the protesters, and not in a way of like, you know, these people are anti-Semites. They're bad, Jack. They're terrible. They're terrible people. How could you be against Israel, Jack? Israel has the right to defend itself. He mentions it in the sense of like, you know, we hear you, we understand. And from what I understand of the, you know, Democratic electorate and probably the group of delegates that's there, a lot of them, you know, share this feeling, share this perspective, want to see something, you know, a lot more leverage exerted on Israel than what Biden was willing to do. I feel like this isn't the right copyright-free music for this event. This is a little bit subdued. It sounds like the end of some crime show. You know what I mean? Does it feel like that? You missed the pro Kissinger bit? Oh, wait, whose? Kamala will win. Most likely. Should we look and see exactly how likely? Look, we're coming to the possibly the end of tonight's show, but I do want to, like, let's see. Guess we can take a look and a little bit more of this.
Boxing or anything.
It was a long time.
I get the feeling this is just a glaze sesh. Am I wrong? We got a glaze sesh here.
Election day is coming up on.
No, that would actually be awesome. That would actually be awesome. I don't think that Trump is going to do that. Right? The reason that we have pharmaceutical ads on our television, which, you know, I don't know how many people watch television anymore, but we have, you know, pharmaceutical ads, you know, everywhere. The reason that like, right, because, you know, you'd think that pharmaceutical advertisement maybe should be geared towards doctors, right? That's who's prescribing the pharmaceutical. So it's not like you're choosing your pharmaceutical unless you see a commercial that says, ask your doctor about blah, blah, blah. So yeah, it's weird and it's bad and it probably shouldn't be. And like, you know, I always think about this with capitalism, right? The idea that it's like the most efficient, the perfect system, the like the evolutionary effect of capitalism, of the free market competition and all that shit that they kind of throw at you. But in reality, you're buying products that are not only inflated by that you're buying products built by workers who were exploited, the very nature of capitalism, the fact that they're not going to get paid as much as they're actually adding in value. There's that level of exploitation, and then with pharmaceuticals, you would think that it would be, well, I mean, like, this is a particularly egregious example, I guess, what I'm saying. But, like, I mean, think about this, right? If advertisement wasn't a thing, you would pay less for things you buy. Right? There's like a level of efficiency like built into it. Or sorry, a level of inefficiency built into, you know, just the whole system of advertising. It's like, wait, so it should be the cost of the product minus the profit that the capitalist is going to take, and that's what you pay. But no, it's like also plus the advertising budget, which I don't know if advertising benefits us, chat. I mean, as somebody making money off of it, I guess it benefits me, but like, as a society, does advertising really benefit us? Yeah. So anyway, Trump is boring. They're going to try to talk about some kind of political issues, I guess, but it seems like a glaze sesh. So I thought instead of the glaze sesh, we just do a glaze sesh for Kamala. Instead, where we talk about the effects of the convention that just went on.
To today's video. Today is Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about Kamala Harris's momentum amid the Democratic National Convention, as Democrats are expecting a post-convention bounce nationwide following this very, very energetic and enthusiastic moment for the Democratic Party. Their convention, their nominating process today, they are nominating Vice President Harris to be officially the Democratic nominee for president. We are going to see the full roll call. President Biden spoke yesterday. Dr. Joe Biden spoke yesterday. So many different points that we can look at this and start to see exactly what the energy on the ground in Chicago is telling us about the remainder of this presidential race. Now, I want to preface this video by saying that a convention bounce in 2020 was not nearly as pronounced as it was in 2016, 2012, 2008, and a convention bounce typically happens on both sides of the aisle. And a big reason for that, I think, when we're using that as our point of comparison in many other metrics, is that the 2020 election was unlike any other. It wasn't actually held in Milwaukee like it was supposed to. It wasn't actually going to be this massive event because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
How is Trump boring? Do you want to watch that Glaze sesh, Kaio? Do you want to watch more of that Glaze sesh? It's just Theo Vaughn glazing Trump up. Is that exciting for you? What do you want to watch? Do you want to watch Trump talk about boxing? Do you want to watch Trump talk about pharmaceuticals? That he's not gonna ban ads for pharmaceuticals, right? That is a good thing that Theo Vaughn brought up, I guess, right? He doesn't seem like exactly the font of wisdom, but whatever, you know. But yeah, legit, like there shouldn't be ads for pharmaceuticals. But the idea that Trump is gonna go and ban those, right? It's just like there's too much money in not banning them. That's why they're not banned. That's why they exist in the first place, right? Yes, many countries do not have advertising for pharmaceuticals because guess what? Your doctor should be prescribing those to you. You should not be shopping around for them. You should not be like, yo, I saw that Cialis commercial. I was told to ask my doctor about Cialis, right? You're not supposed to, like, that's, you know, your doctor, you're supposed to go to your doctor and say, it's not, I am not bricked up, doc, or whatever, you know, I'm not getting hard or whatever. And the doctor is supposed to be like, I've just got just this thing for that. It's called Cialis. Here you go. Right? There doesn't need to be an ad. There doesn't need to be a boner ad. Those boner ads are weird. Have you ever seen them? They're super weird. They're super uncomfy. They're like there's a couple and it's implying these two are totally effing. And it's just like, I don't need to know that. That is okay for them. That's good for them. That's great for them. I don't need to think about them effing. I don't want to think about an elderly couple, you know, just getting it on. But there's the ad.
And so the virtual convention did in fact see Biden gain nationally, but he was already up by a pretty substantial amount. In 2012 and 2008, when Obama received convention bumps, that was at a time where he was in a narrower point on the national level. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later down the line, but also I wanted to talk just generally about this level of momentum and enthusiasm that Democrats are exhibiting during this.
You don't buy Cialis at Costco like me? I mean, I guess if it's you're talking about like over-the-counter stuff. I think he said pharmaceuticals, so I guess, yeah, technically that would include OTC, but I was assuming we're talking more like prescriptions, right? I've always thought that was weird. Ask your doctor about blah, blah, blah. Well, why don't I ask my doctor about my symptoms and the doctor can tell me, like, rather than me being like, I saw a really good commercial, doc. It was really good. It made me think that I know better than you do as far as what medication I could be prescribed. So I am here to ask you about this medication. And you know that if you don't prescribe it for me, or you say, actually, you know, I think this one's going to be better for you, that I'm going to leave slightly unhappy. But the commercial, that older married couple, they were so cute together. I want to be like that. And only the Cialis is going to give me that experience, right? This other boner pill is going to be completely not what I want, right? It's weird. It's weird. Theo Vaughn's right about that. But again, Trump is just going to fucking pat him on the head. That's like same as he did with Aiden Ross. Come on.
but also what
it's a glaze sesh.
It might mean for the coming weeks as the momentum was building up in the month leading up to the convention. We are nearly 1 month since Kamala Harris has entered into the presidential race and what has felt like a year of campaigning, arguably for the Kamala Harris campaign. As the momentum grows, what we know from traditional and normal election years like this one is that convention bumps absolutely exist and they absolutely matter. So going back to the most recent presidential election prior to COVID-19, in 2016, Hillary Clinton, although she did end up losing the election, saw a significant convention bump. A good example of this
Now I just imagined Hillary bouncing, thanks.
too is that Donald Trump also received
Do I need that?
a big convention bump. In 2016, Republicans held their convention back in July. They held their convention, the RNC happened.
If you know better, why aren't you a doctor? What? No, I'm just saying that, like, the doctor is there to hear what's going on with you and to maybe prescribe you a medication if that's going to be what's best for you, rather than you being there to see commercials with cute older couples, really sweet older couples who have rekindled their flame thanks to some pharmaceutical boner pill. You know, you'd think that the doctor that goes to medical school and pharmacology class and knows all about these medications and their side effects and all this other stuff, right? There's a lot that goes into it. I don't want to worry about that. I want a doctor to worry about that for me.
And Donald Trump received a significant uptick to a point where for the first time in 2016 national polling data, Donald Trump led Hillary Clinton. In 2020, Donald Trump never led Joe Biden, not one point in time since Joe Biden announced his candidacy to the election. But at a period of time, for a week long, Donald Trump, after his convention, actually led Hillary Clinton. Because a lot of the press and the focus of that convention was around the unification of the Republican Party, bringing people back into this bigger tent that the GOP was putting forth. And so then came the DNC, then Hillary Clinton also saw a convention bump. But I'm using this more of an example on Democratic politics because I think it's a better, more relevant factor in assessing what we might see this upcoming next week or two following the convention. And so Hillary Clinton received, on average, a 5-point bump in battleground states after the convention and nationally. It was a massive, massive uptick for Hillary Clinton. And she was already in a position where arguably, she was on track, in theory, on track for victory until we saw that final 2 weeks of the 2016 campaign that really doomed her chances given how narrow that margin of loss actually was. But Hillary Clinton, again, not to focus too much on the 2016 election, did in fact receive a 5 to 6 point bump, and that's discussed in this Politico article. Her best poll showing her with a 7-point bump, her worst poll showing her with a 3-point bump. All around, Hillary Clinton made massive gains. In 2012, Obama also saw it. He saw it at a time where many people were worried that Obama would not win the election. The polls on election day, too, the entire month of October, for context, too, about how polls aren't always the best indicator of the national popular vote. In 2012, the entire month of October, Mitt Romney led Barack Obama. So the entire month leading up to the election, Mitt Romney, in theory, was on track for victory. And yet Obama ended up winning. But he received a convention bump that likely built up enough so that way, even when Mitt Romney was winning, there was far more room to fall than where it would have been had Obama been at a worse point if he did not receive a convention bump. The big thing about these conventions is that you get 24/7 coverage for 4 consecutive days, talking about policy, talking about your opposition, talking about your party, boosting your presidential nominee, and the Republicans had that. But they had that for Donald Trump against Joe Biden. They had signs out there, fire Joe Biden, sleepy Joe, dementia Joe, whichever way they wanted to take it. Joe Biden was the target of all the attacks of the RNC. The day after the RNC ends, he drops out of the race. And so all that money, tens of millions of dollars spent on the convention arena, on the convention, everything that came part of it, the RNC.
Chat, does Trump kind of look like one of the Baron Harkonnen dudes?
He's entire
from one of the Dune movies? I don't know which one.
Anti-Joe. Now, they had to backtrack because they didn't have anything against Kamala Harris and do not have any future conventions laid up. They do not have any future events that are going to get the publicity that this DNC will. And so I think, too, about 2012, again, because that was a close election, feels very similar to this one, where it really could be anybody's game at this point in time. But Obama did, in fact, receive a convention bump. He saw a slight uptick on the national level, even though he was already leading. And I think we're closer to 2012 than we are to 2008, when Obama went from tied to up 8 points after the convention. We also remember 2008 as an election that was a very
oh my God
victory for the Democratic Party. But we forget that it actually was close at periods of time. When John McCain announced Sarah Palin as his running mate, in hindsight, we look at that as a very, very bad pick. At the time, it was a very strong one. Her introduction speech and her acceptance speech at the RNC was some of the best speaking we have seen from VP nominees in decades, even through today. Sarah Palin at the time, before really bad around the months of October and November, she was actually a stellar VP choice. Record high approval ratings in Alaska. She had a really good speaking voice, really good story to tell. She just wasn't the right person for the job very clearly, and the voters rejected that. But what we found there was that after that, we saw John McCain really do well in the polls. After his RNC, he made it from an Obama lead to a McCain lead nationwide. It's really hard to see that by the time we reached an electoral map that was 365 to 173, that John McCain was ever leading at one point.
Kind of looks like Donald Trump. What do you think?
He was in a position where he could have won that election against Barack Obama, which, believe it or not,
a little too similar.
Think about now, but was very, very possible. And you also have to take into account, too, elections that we see in November aren't always indicators of what we see at the convention. And so I want us to keep that in mind as well. Kamala Harris's momentum could very well stop in a month from now and reverse track in favor of Donald Trump. But what we have seen over the past month is a perfectly executed Kamala Harris campaign with very, very, if any, very, very, very little slip-ups.
Let's just put it this way. It's a perfectly executed rollout, all right? But it's just a rollout.
We haven't seen much. And
look, tonight was like kind of the first night of Kamala defining herself as a candidate.
Seen many things that she has been publicly criticized for. The only things we've seen thus far are in the way she has handled the protesters in Michigan, to which she course-corrected in Arizona. Beyond that point, we have not seen much national criticism for either her or Governor Tim Walz. Republicans really have been just trying to throw anything at the wall at this point. You've seen that they've gone from things like laughing Kamala. Now it's communist Kamala. They have gone from a variety of different things because nothing is landing. And because
Trump reminds you of the great Dr. Monroe.
Republicans spent the past 3.5 years preparing for a re-election against Joe Biden, not foreseeing the possibility that he steps out of the race. And I will admit, I did not see that as a possibility either. But I'm not running a national campaign. And so the Republican Party really came into this with no ability to stop this Kamala Harris momentum. And she has done significantly better in terms of favorability, to a point where now she is at her highest record approval since 2021, 45% nationwide, just down 2 points. A week before Joe Biden dropped out of the race, Kamala Harris hit her lowest level of approval ever. Lowest level of approval and highest level of disapproval ever. Now, a month later, she is nearly more favored than she is unfavored. That matters. And so all of these things taken into account, this DNC, which we know historically has provided bumps for the Democratic ticket from anywhere from 5 points to 8 points, will bump Kamala Harris. And the delegates, the Democrats, and sure, many other people, journalists, independents, people who see this on the outside, believe it too, because they can see what this is doing. I watched the RNC and I'm watching the DNC today. We have been watching these conventions for 2 cycles now. I watched them in 2020, watched them in 2024. These conventions are times where things really cannot go wrong. You cannot have any type of error when you are broadcast to millions of Americans and people are watching this, clipping it, live tweeting it. This is the narrative that will be really dominating the news cycle for the next 4 days. Convention, convention, convention. New poll, convention. New news break, convention. It's all about that. And so today, too, the Kamala Harris ticket is leaving nothing to chance. They are now also campaigning. President Obama speaking at the DNC today. Kamala Harris is now campaigning in Milwaukee, in no location better for the Democratic ticket than the former arena.
Does this guy work for DPAC? I don't know. I've never heard of any association.
The Republican National Convention. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will be holding a joint rally in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in the same arena that the RNC was held in. And we are going to see a lot of news coverage in the Rust Belt region because this is held in the Midwest. We are going to see a lot of news coverage nationally because there will be simultaneous rallies in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and with President Obama in Chicago, Illinois. It is like a press frenzy, a rush to cover the right thing for the Democratic ticket because there is so much happening, which is why this momentum continues to be built up. This is not a campaign that was just ushered in a whole new level of support without any reason. This is a campaign, although being the same people that ran the same Joe Biden ticket. With a new principal at the top, they have far more room for growth. Room for growth because Kamala Harris, fundamentally, based on the data, based on any metric point, is more electable.
So yeah, there's the Milwaukee.
And it's something that wasn't immediately clear in the conversations around whether or not she should replace him at the top of the ticket.
Look, the reason that that's impressive is because that's literally where the RNC was held. And she outdid the RNC in their own venue at the same night that she had a packed house in Chicago, right? These are cities that aren't far away from each other. She kind of held two rallies right now. Granted, she wasn't really at the convention that night, but she did outdo, she and Waltz did outdo Trump in Milwaukee.
What is so painstakingly clear today, and that's why this momentum is continuing and maintaining itself. Kamala Harris has never genuinely been put up on the national level.
It is a super spreader event, that's for sure, Crotchy.
As the presidential nominee. Everyone loves to cite the lack of votes he received in the 2020 Democratic primary. But we think too, Joe Biden ran for president in 1988, dropped out before the primaries in 2008, got less than 1% of the national vote, and 12 years later, he's president of the United States. Those primaries are not always the best indicators of how well someone might do on the national level. I'm sure we all know a random politician out there that if we were to just snap our fingers and make the Democratic or Republican nominees, they would probably win. Same thing with Nikki Haley. We really can't argue she would lose a general election because she lost the Republican primary. Equally, though, I will say, levels of enthusiasm and levels of excitement for candidates can absolutely be reflected in their primary performances. I think Nikki Haley would have had a lot of trouble courting those Trump voters. I think she could have done it, but it's not as if any Democrat or any Republican who does poorly in a primary is electable in the general election. That's not the conclusion I want you to draw from this. Point being, though, is specific to Kamala Harris, because I think this is her moment, and she is meeting the moment, and she has been for the past month. And the problem for Republicans is that this isn't some moment that has been reached in June of 2023, that Joe Biden saw the 2022 midterms and decided 6 months later, I am now going to step down and we are going to have Kamala Harris as the nominee, but we can have a primary. This would be a very different scenario. The tightness of the race means there is no room for error for Democrats, which means there is no dissent. This Democratic Party is the most unified it has been since it was under Obama. Even with Biden in 2020, and certainly not with Hillary in 2016, this party was far more dismembered, not unified. People were in different factions, different groups, progressive caucus, people who were never Hillary, never Bernie, whatever it might be. So many different people in 2016 were really taken away. In 2020, the narrative from Democratic politicians that weren't enthusiastic with Biden was, quote, settle for Biden. Settling for someone is not enthusiasm. It's a vote, and votes count regardless if they're enthusiastic or not. At the same time, it's about turning out that base. And in 2020, it was the anti-Trump wave that helped Democrats win. In 2024, it will be a pro-Kamala wave that helps her win this election, should she win it. And so day one of the convention is already wraps. She spoke, she did a surprise announcement, she did a surprise speech. Joe Biden sort of passed the torch through his speech. Essentially was a recap of all of the things that he did and putting forth this Donald Trump as the existential threat to democracy that he is. His speech there was a transition to the next 3 days where Joe Biden will not be in attendance, Joe Biden will not be speaking, and it is entirely about Vice President Harris. And this seems to be an intentional play by the Democratic Party to make this election about the popular Democrat versus the unpopular Democrat. And in that case, that was Joe Biden, which is why in him being out of the race, and Tim Walz, who has record high approval ratings in comparison to J.D. Vance,
there you go, chat.
That was the standard coming into this Tim Walz announcement. We have seen two Democrats completely revive a national persona in the case of Kamala Harris and completely construct a very positive national persona in the case of Tim Walz. And it is coming together in the time of a convention where there was a lot of positive press, a lot of press in general, a lot of just general coverage, not only from the press, but from people that are popular on social media. You see now the Democratic Party is now pushing for influencers to be at the convention, something that, sure, anybody above the age of 40 might scoff and laugh at, but in reality, a lot of Gen Z and a lot of people that are young, millennials too, get their news from Twitter, they get their news from Instagram, they get their news from TikTok. And when they see their favorite creator getting in the fray about politics for the first time ever,
wow,
that means something. It's the same effect of celebrity endorsements. It's not going to be the reason someone wins an election, but every part of this, if Kamala Harris is to win, is genuinely something that has contributed to her eventual electoral success. Because she is right. She came into this race as the underdog. Do I think she's an underdog today? Maybe not. But that doesn't mean the Democrats are in any position to get complacent. Because when I say she's not the underdog, I say a 55% chance of victory is how I'd mark Kamala Harris today. Not at all solid to sleep peacefully at night. And so that's why this momentum being built and built and built will only further expand after this convention. And we will likely see, I'm arguing, maybe a 2-3 point bump nationally. But that's enough to get Kamala Harris up 4 or 5 points on average. That's really good because that's where Biden was in 2020. And that's a winning coalition, as the numbers can tell us. And so I'd be interested to see what the numbers look like after this convention. But so far, the Democratic Party can feel it, and so can many people on the national level, that Kamala Harris's momentum is growing. It's getting better. It's going to go right into that first presidential debate, where I do think Kamala Harris is also going to receive a bump nationally. This is a fascinating election. And with 77 days to go, 78 days to go, I'm not entirely sure, losing track of time, 78, 77 days to go, it's truly anybody's race. But Kamala Harris is the favorite, and she can make that even more after this convention. So thank you guys so much.
Okay, so that's where we're at now. And yeah, we'd expect a bounce to happen after this. That might be the end of the honeymoon. That might be the end of the period where she gets to roll her campaign out, build the hype, and not really face any meaningful clapback from Trump and Waltz. We miss anything at the beginning here? Okay, so here's the beginning. I don't know how much I missed of this, but it's probably important that I watch it all. I don't know why I feel this way, chat, but I do. Just clapping. There's definitely copyrighted music going on. Not going to get lulled into a false sense of security. Wait until she starts to talk. Only then do I know that the music's probably going to be off. Okay, she's taking a moment. She's building the hype. Waving to the crowd. 47th president. Democrats abroad. I'm just saying words now. Come on. What are we doing? She's really, yeah, she's milking this moment. No, you're not getting me. You're not getting me, Kamala. I'm going to wait until you actually start to address the microphone. She's like, calm the fuck down, crowd. I know I'm great, but seriously, I need you to calm down so I can speak. Again, chat, if you got anything to say about the dono goal, it is the time to say it. Right? We are a mere 8% of the way to our dono goal at this point. And I think 8 of those percent are going towards Swifties for Trump. Meaning, we get to enjoy the bullshit AI campaign that was the attempt to confuse people into thinking that Taylor Swift had endorsed Trump. But I'm guessing if I look at the poll itself that I will see chat choosing violence, as they often do at 41%. Choosing Swifties for Trump as they do. Oh, wow, it's actually close. Well, it kind of doesn't matter, though. I don't have to do that math. If the dono goal is 8%, there's not much math that I have to do at all in that case. Other than the math of why did I stream tonight, but it's had a very interesting day today trying to put my computer back together after trying to get these RAM sticks to go. They won't. They don't fit. So kind of has not been a great day for me. Let's see what Kamala has to say. We'll watch at least the rest of this.
Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president.
More like vice coach.
And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you."
So yeah, we missed the first part of this earlier.
Taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love.
So look, one of the ways that she's avoided that kind of back and forth, kind of getting hit back so far, is that because we don't know her, there's a lot of background, there's a lot of empty space for her to fill in, to quote a blank space, so to speak, right? To write her name, like the Taylor song. And so because of that, she's got like an expectation of filling that gap, and it has allowed her to avoid really filling out the details on a lot of her platform,
with kindness,
but also avoiding being attacked.
and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her.
So what we're seeing is that there is actually a weird advantage in joining the campaign so late.
For women's health. And she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned.
And I wonder how that fact will be exploited in the future.
Complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it.
Okay, so this is about where we joined. This is about where we joined in.
That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school.
So, yeah, this is the part that we've heard already. And, yeah, I don't know, chat. That might be about it, all right? We are ending the night at 8% of the dono goal, with some desire by the chat to see more content, more reaction to some of the bullshit that President Sunday has laid down before us. However, chat, I can in no way stay on here with the dono goal at 8%. So, yeah, I don't know. That is... Did I have one more thing I wanted to go over? Okay, we'll do one more story, and then I'll bid you adieu. A very sad adieu after a very fucked up day. And I'll probably be back at you on Saturday. What am I looking for, though? This. So now, we have established, chat, Jair Bolsonaro as an enemy to bees everywhere. He is no friend to bees, right? He's using like a pesticide after most countries have banned it and stopped using it just because he wants to, right? And it's killing the bees. Well, chat, I want to take you to the present time and the present day in which we see former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro making a speech.
Nós somos uma grande nação. As escolhas.
Oh, what do we see, chat? What's that?
Muito obrigado por vocês. Brasil acima de tudo. Valeu. Foi mais ex-presidente do Brasil. Gente, você me imagina aqui, um monte de abelhas aqui, mas não tem como continuar, viu? Um monte de abelha surgiu aqui. Vou meter o bolso que até a abelha apareceu aqui. Valeu!
So there he goes. There he goes, chat. This is what happens when you make enemies with the bees. This is what happens. This is what happens when you piss off the bees. Like Jair Bolsonaro. The bees get you back. Just like they did to Bolsonaro. Eric with the $10. You know what, chat? I realized something just now. That does put us to 18%. All right. I don't think I had the sound alerts turned on. Do I? That is $10 for violins, Eric. Thank you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. So that puts that at 10. So yeah, the violence, metaphorical of course, rhetorical, always, never literal, is the top choice of chat at 41%. With 10% of the dono goals, or 10% from the dono goals going to that extra, right? It would be the choice of chat, but again, we're at 18% right now, and that is, unless I have missed counting, yeah, that's where we're actually at. That's what we're actually dealing with. That's the kind of night that it's been, and that's the kind of day that it's been, and it's not, hey, look, at least my computer didn't, like, fail to start up again. I was a little worried for a second, right? I've never messed with, RAM sticks before, right? These things, I've never put them in. And when I opened up the computer and tried to take my old RAM sticks out, I didn't get them back in, right? Thrifty Empire, thank you for the follow. And Mac Attack 3000, thank you for the follow. I didn't get them. So what happened is, you know, you press these buttons that like eject them partially, and then you're supposed to pull it out yourself with the rest of the way. And I just, like, when I got in there, I realized that there's no way that this is going to fit in there. There's not enough room. Right? So although Throne Gang was really generous by crowdsourcing this for me, I can't actually use it to make my computer faster. And that was a bummer. But what was almost more of a bummer was the fact that when I put my computer back together, at first, it did not start up. And what had happened is that, like, I hadn't quite pushed, you know, and until you, like, feel what it feels like when you push a RAM card into place, right? You don't really know what that feels like. And I kind of was like, okay, well, it's in place, right? It's in place. Sure. And it's like, it wasn't. And I got so nervous. I got so scared. I realized that this computer is like my sole source of income. And without it, I am so fucked. And, you know, luckily with some guidance, with some helpful guidance from a close friend, I was able to push it back into place and get it to start up. But at first it wouldn't do it. And it scared me because, like, I don't know what different things are. I just know that if you try to turn on your computer and it starts up, but then it stops again, and then it starts up and it stops again, that's not good. That's not desirable. That's not what you want. That's not what you're going for. And so I thought I might have just effed myself over. I wasn't sure. And luckily for me, that is not how shit worked out. Yeah, it was the kind of thing where it almost was panic inducing. Eric 121 says you got to push firmly until it softly clicks. And it feels weird too. It feels odd. It's not like what I expected it to be. RAM. Yeah, I'm talking about the RAM. But luckily I was able to you didn't hear communists invading radicals or anything else today. Look, today is not going well. I don't know why, but the shorts algorithm has decided to fuck me. And not in a good way. Not in a good way at all. And then, on top of this, oh, that's really sweet of you, Narwhal. I appreciate that. That's really sweet of you to offer me that help. But yeah, luckily I got it back together, even though it's been a really rough day. And I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to make it back to stream, and indeed I was, but yeah, I'm trying to solve some problems now. I got some really serious problems that are making me pretty nervous about my ability to continue to do this, that I won't be able to continue without solving. So I've got my work cut out for me in terms of figuring out exactly what is going on with my channel at this point, and whether it will be able to keep coming to you. Because that is just bad in every way. And I think it's pretty likely at this point that there's been a change in the algorithm. I would hate to think that this is something that's like directed at my channel, right? But I definitely did piss off a lot of right-wingers. So anyway, with that, on that note, chat, thank you, those of you who supported the stream today. Thank you to those who have... Wait, what am I looking for? I gotta open this up. Thank you to those of you who are supporting me on Throne. We're 81% of the way towards saving my butt. 20% of the way towards helping me out with rent this month. So I really do appreciate all of you over there. And I also appreciate my Patreons. Patreons get a special shout out, which works a lot better when I remember to actually do said shout out, when they're contributing at the $5 tier or higher. So these are the fancy weasels, and they get a fancy shout out, right? Shouts out to Omega Star, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Funky Monkey, and shouts out to Temporal Insanity, and shouts out to Zara Xerix. Thank you, Patreon gang. Thank you, Throne gang. And yeah, thank you everybody, who's got my back out there when things don't go great. But yeah, chat, with that, much love, and see you maybe tomorrow for some Fallout New Vegas. How about that? How does that sound? Do something counterintuitive, right? You don't make enough money for the month. Do some content that makes you even less on your day off, but at least is fun. That's what I'm thinking about doing, right? So I'll see you then, same time, same channel, something like that. Anyway, much love, chat, and take care of yourself, okay?